Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's world, prioritizing a safe and healthy environment for employees and the community is crucial for businesses. Let's explore SAP Cloud ALM, Application Lifecycle Management. But first, a quick definition. In essence, SAP offers a complete solution for handling every stage of your application's life, from creation to upkeep. SAP Cloud ALM transforms businesses, with studies showing a 25% reduction in development costs and a 20% increase in project success. In today's digital landscape, agility and efficiency are paramount for a competitive edge. SAP Cloud ALM streamlines development, reduces costs, and speeds up app delivery, crucial for innovative, growth-focused companies. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. 1. What is SAP Cloud ALM? 2. Functional overview. 3. End-to-end implementation process. 4. Content-driven implementation projects. 5. Overview of SAP Activate methodology. 6. Traceability. Let's dive in.
So this training is designed for, to get you familiar with SAP Cloud ALM. So today we'll start with an overview of the Cloud ALM feature, just an introductory session. Fine. So we'll start with the intro we'll start with the very basic, because most of the we have people starting with 5 years and going in 20 years, but domain experience and all the experience. So we'll start with the basics, so that everyone is on the same page. So by end of this training, we should aim that you should have the at least the working knowledge to work on Cloud ALM and to use its feature as per your requirement on the project side. This will be both theoretical and mostly hands-on training, where we have lab setup and we have lab activities which we will go through together, so that it makes you more familiar with Cloud ALM. Okay. So just a disclaimer before we start. So this presentation, including examples, images, and references, are provided for informational purposes only. Complying with all applicable copyright laws is a responsibility of the user. So without limiting the right under copyright, no part of this document may be reproduced, stored, or introduced into a retrieval system or transmitted in any form or by any means. Okay. Credit shall be given to the images taken from the open source and cannot be used for promotional activities. Okay, just a disclaimer. Okay. I think most of you are familiar with Solution Manager, at least have heard of it. So Solution Manager was the ALM tool, the application lifecycle management tool, through which you could manage all the lifecycle stages of your application, be it ECC, ABAP, any application. But with Solution Manager, based on SAP Business Suite NetWeaver, so with, as you know, the SAP ECC mainstream maintenance coming to an end in 2027. So along with that, when Solution Manager is coming to an end. So since ECC had a tool like S/4HANA, the corresponding next generation system, so similarly Cloud ALM was brought in. Cloud ALM was available for public use into around 2020 May. So Cloud ALM is the successor of Solution Manager in terms, what not SAP does say, because SAP says it's a different ALM tool based in cloud solutions. But since SAP is not providing any other tool as a replacement for Solution Manager, so it is understood that Cloud ALM will be the successor of Solution Manager. The underlying reason behind this is because that why SAP is not saying it that Cloud ALM is the successor, because most of the functions, all the functionalities which are there in Solution Manager are not going to come into Cloud ALM. They have pick and choose the functionality which will be there in Cloud ALM, and not every it will not be an apple-to-apple comparison that you can just move from Solution Manager whatever you are using, and then you can come to Cloud ALM and use it. So that's why they are saying that these two are different. Obviously, these two are different, but they are not successor predecessor of each other. Okay, so Cloud ALM, as you can understand from the name, is a cloud solution. It is available over public internet. And it's free. It does no cost is involved. You can, if you have an enterprise contract or a SAP premium contract for your existing systems for your application, so you can request for a Cloud ALM tenant free of cost. And you have the option to choose whether you want to go with the different public clouds. It's currently available on Azure, Google Cloud, AWS, and Alibaba, and right now they are available across 8 data centers across the world. So that option you have, which from where you want the tenant, depending on your physical proximity or geographical nature. Okay. So so SAP Cloud ALM is mainly for your cloud-centric solution. Like if your implementation or your landscape is a cloud-centric solution. When I say cloud-centric solution, is like, since you also know that SAP is doing a lot of focus on when people should move to cloud. Like even for S/4HANA on-prem customer, it has mandated the next generation of AI and innovation features won't be available for the on-prem S/4HANA system, but it would be for the public edition, private edition of S/4HANA, like Rise with SAP. So in that way, Cloud ALM is placed to help you in your journey. Obviously, if you're moving from on-prem to cloud, or even in your cloud, like for an update. So Cloud ALM will help you in that implementation operations. So Cloud ALM comes or has two distinct areas. One is the implementation area and one is the operations. Implementation is nothing but support of your project landscape, and operations is nothing that once you are in your run on maintenance phase, to support your run and maintenance landscape, you can use the operations area. And implementation is again for your project activities. If you have a project, be it a HANA upgrade, or migration, or whatever, so you can leverage the implementation scope of Cloud ALM for that project activity. Okay. It supports on-prem applications also. So that's why you can support your hybrid solution as well, like on-prem and cloud solutions. So that is one thing. Again, it is, as I said, it is native cloud. So you can choose any cloud on which AWS, Azure, on which you want your Cloud ALM to be. The tenant should, the data center or the cloud, that is your choice. So it is a native cloud. Okay. Again, it offers you, most of you must have heard of SAP roadmap. So it offers, the SAP roadmaps are integrated in Cloud ALM. So that gives you a content-driven guided implementation. So if you go ahead with with SAP roadmaps, you choose to go ahead with the roadmaps which are available. So you get content-driven, the task. I will come to that in detail. So those are there all together, will be there in the Cloud ALM. And there are some automated operations as well. In the operations part, there are some automations available, and some automations are in pipeline. Because as I said, Cloud ALM was launched in 2020 May, and a 3-year life cycle for a application is still it's still maturing. So there are still capabilities, innovations being added to Cloud ALM. They have a roadmap. Quarterly they release the roadmap, that what will be there, what will not be there. Okay. So as I mentioned, so the cloud subscription for Cloud ALM is available in your enterprise support and SAP enterprise support contract. So you don't have to pay anything additional. It is free of cost. The only limitation is that you have a 8 GB memory which comes with this free tier. So whatever data or whatever is being stored for your tenant, that limit is 8 GB. But that 8 GB is quite enough for you to work with your projects. So I've never come across a project where that 8 GB memory which they give for the Cloud ALM tenant is is not sufficient. Okay, it's available for on-premise as well. As I said, like
Okay.
for
Still have
hybrid
to have
solutions.
this cloud. You still have to have that cloud subscription. If you're on
Yes, no,
premise.
yes. If you have an enterprise, because if you have an enterprise support contract or a premium support, Cloud ALM will be available for you free of cost. You just have to request for it, the tenant, irrespective of whether you have an on-prem system
Okay.
or a
So,
cloud system. That doesn't matter. But
so
if you have, yeah. So it depends actually to in more simpler. It depends on your contract with SAP. So it doesn't depend whether you are using what products, because as I said, Cloud LMS still supports some on-prem applications, but going forward maybe they won't. But for now, it's a hybrid mix where you can support your on-prem and cloud solution as well. So it depends. So mostly all the contracts support means I don't know if you have a very basic one, maybe then you won't have it. But everyone has the enterprise support contract. So Cloud LM comes as part of it, free of cost. You don't have to and the onboarding is very quick. It like 15 to 30 minutes at max. Once you place a request, within 15 to 30 minutes, your tenant will be ready and they will mail you the details, share the details. Okay, so moving to the next slide. So again, as I was saying, it is Cloud LM is for intelligent enterprise and is cloud native and open. So as I was cloud native, that you can choose on whichever cloud you want to run your cloud LM tenant. Open, as I was saying, they give you the APIs which you can work, external APIs based on which you can on BTP you can have your one other, you can create based on those APIs. You can create your own extensions and work with cloud. So just to give you an example, like in operations, in the Cloud ALM operations we can set up monitoring. So once you have monitoring set up, so over a period of time you will have data, a lot of data. So that data you can use an external API to pull that data into your maybe an external dashboard or some other where you can then do an analysis. Cloud ALM also provides you analysis, but not a very detailed one. So in case you want just to see the trend, how the system is behaving or performance. So in that sense, you can have that option that using the API, you can import all your monitoring data or whatever it could be, all the raw data into through an external API into extension, or there's a dashboard called Grafana, which is embedded, which can be used. One of the options when you can import data into Grafana and you can build your dashboards or do detailed analytics. So in that case, the Cloud ALM is open. They're also again working on, because they want to make it a very open, very cloud native, so that it can be used, so that people should stick to, because the earlier not hindrance, but the complaint customers used to do that SAP is very difficult to integrate other tools with SAP. Any a third-party tool, and it was very difficult. It took a lot of effort in the integration part of third-party tool. So SAP specifically, at least with Cloud ALM, they're working that it becomes more easy. It's more open, that people, because in that way SAP would be able to keep its customers in Cloud ALM only, and they can then you leverage the third-party tools in that way. So again, Cloud ALM, again, it is specifically designed for cloud-centric customers, because that is the way forward for SAP as well. Like all the cloud solutions which SAP provides are supported fully by Cloud ALM. There is in a roadmap that they will allow third-party cloud solution as well, but right now it's in very nascent state. You can, again, as I said, but for now you can manage your hybrid solution as well. Like if you have some solution, like you are using Ariba SuccessFactors and you have on-premise for HANA system as well, so you can manage both the set of systems through the hybrid solution. So Cloud ALM supports that. It supports all the components of the intelligent enterprise, like all the cloud solution which SAP is bringing, like IBP, Ariba, Concur, SuccessFactors, downstream, upstream. I think all the again, as I said, it is still when I say product is being supported, so it could be that it is not supported across all the modules of Cloud ALM, because SAP is slowly bringing each module or each section slowly, because it's still not a very mature product. It's just 3 years old, and they're still like one by one, they're still bringing everything into the scope of Cloud ALM. So it could be that you could find that the whole for some functionality, your specific product is not supported in that way, but it would be in the roadmap. So when I say that supports all the clouds, I was saying in some way or the other, it supports all the solutions. But it could be that out of the 10 functionalities or scoping we have in Cloud ALM, it doesn't support all for now. Like to give you example, in operations part, we have business process monitoring Cloud ALM, where you can monitor your end-to-end business processes flow. So in that now, they support success factor, and before that, success factor came very recently. Before that, the support was only for ABAP or S/4HANA systems. So slowly they are building the capability, bringing the existing systems in the capability for each of these skills. Okay. So again, Cloud ALM is, as I said, is in the public cloud. And it is like you can start with a trial and it is available for life. Like they have a public demo system readily available over the internet, which we will be using for our workshops, for our hands-on. As I said, it is ready for immediate consumption. As soon as you request for the tenant, it takes, I think they give the TAT, I think turnaround time for around 15 minutes to 30 minutes, within which your tenant will be ready. So again, it is cost efficient for customer in the sense that you're not paying anything additional, right? But you're getting a whole set of functionalities available at your doorstep to use, right? In your project work, right? So in that way, it is cost. You don't pay anything additional, right? Except the resource who are going to work. But from a hardware, there's no hardware available. So from a capex or depex, there is no requirement. There's no cost involved. Okay, we have already covered this. So one thing which I not forgot, but right now there are another section in Cloud ALM, which we won't go, but it just for your information. So like, as you said, Cloud ALM for implementation, for operations, another is for service. Service is nothing but, Cloud ALM is, like SAP is providing some services through Cloud ALM, like consulting services, you could say them, that whether, if you're starting a project and you need a handheld session with SAP or an expert session with SAP. So those services you can like order or book through this and manage through this service section. So when I show you, you'll see the section, but that is not, it's not like related to the project work or the your delivery. It's just for that if you are requesting for a service through Cloud ALM for cloud related options. So those things you can manage through that service section. Like there's another business transformation section in Cloud ALM, which is again like a different thing where you want to use Cloud ALM or want to see the transformation journey. You have predefined sections available. So that is again an add-on feature or an additional thing which Cloud ALM provides, but nothing to do with the actual the work you do in your project delivery, be it implementation or operations. Okay. Another thing is that Cloud ALM, they have built it like thing, like, because it is in a way, because they are from Solution Wise was a completely on-prem application. Now they brought Cloud ALM. So most of the things which were there, like in Solution Wise, we have change management, those things. So most of the things they are bringing in Cloud ALM, but they are bringing it not in a like in a way that it is like suited more for cloud, like, or for it could be used in other, like they're not using very SAP specific terms, right? Like they are using agile terms like stories and task, right? Because earlier, like in Cloud Solution, where it just in the abbreviations or the terminology, they were very SAP specific on it. But in Cloud ALM, they're using it very generic, and as they want to make it, very open and very cloud native. It's already there, very open. So that's why they have like to give you an example, we'll again come to this later, that we can integrate it with Jira as well, right? There is an option and roadmap. So when they will integrate Jira, the Jira users, users because based on Agile. So they have in their when you create the projects, the user task, the user story. So they have the terminology; those are very open, very generic. So that it could be used, not in. Obviously, it will be used in SAP systems landscape only, but it is very open or very generic, not very specific or very gives you a feel of only SAP, right? Because eventually the SAP's aim is that it would open SAP Cloud ALM for third-party cloud solutions as well. There are many third-party products which SAP customers use very aggressively or very efficiently. So for that, they are trying to do that they will eventually open it so that Cloud ALM can integrate with the non-SAP third-party solutions as cloud solutions. Okay. Okay, moving to the next slide. Okay, so how SAP Cloud helps you in your journey? So one would be the methodology. So how methodology in the sense that, as I was saying, see, Cloud ALM provides you that you can use the the standard SAP practices through SAP roadmaps. So the methodology you don't have to work on that, right? So there are more than I think 15 to 20 roadmaps available, SAP Activate roadmaps, which you can reuse. So let's suppose you are doing S/4HANA upgrade, and you want to create a roadmap, a project landscape, a um, project plan for that. So you can leverage the roadmaps. You can it kind of not even an input. It's just you don't have to do anything. You just have to choose that, and Cloud ALM will automatically, based on that roadmap, create all your project tasks, all your user histories, everything. Obviously, you can modify them, add your own interpretation of that, but it gives you a framework to start with, at least, right? We usually struggle when we start any project, these initial, how do we start? So at least it gives you the skeletal, a framework to start with for your project, right? So in that way, you have that methodology available. Operations automation is that, again, in the operations part, it gives you, again, some of the automations are still in progress. They are still in, but it gives you a operation automation where you can, like a job fails. So it could be that you can create a workflow which, as soon as a job fails, the job will be re-triggered. Okay. So I'm just giving example that we won't cover as part of this course, but that operation automation is available in Cloud ALM. Or there's an alert, you can create an event, and on that event, based on that event, you can have a ticket created, or even a MS Teams message sent out to the respective the team or a DL or individual person. So that kind of automation we can do. Integration, as I said, it is SAP is trying to integrate. We can integrate it with different through the external APIs. Plus, SAP provides inbuilt integration functionalities to integrate for now with ServiceNow and MS Teams. And there are multiple external APIs available, which SAP has built, which we can use or you can use depending on your requirement to leverage it. So we can have integration with different third-party tools, but right now it is very limited. Like for dashboards, you have Grafana, ServiceNow, MS Teams. Then for your implementation of your project activity, you can pull your data requirements or task, and then work with them and pull them, import the data through an external API, and have work on them through any of the extensions. Okay. So again, since it is cloud, so the latest innovations are applied automatically. When you start using it, you will, whenever you start using Cloud ALM, you'll see whenever you come on the homepage, you'll get a banner message that updates were applied to your Cloud ALM from the last time you logged in. So it's a you don't know, you don't come to know, but it's the latest innovations. It's very continuous. You will see changes every now and then, and there is no hindrance to your work because there is no downtime as such, right? It's cloud, so it's everything. Innovations are getting updated or applied even throughout the day, right? Small, you won't come to know when once you use that feature, you'll come to know, okay, this has changed, right? Like something like some did not have a letting framework, or you'll see the UI has changed, right? Again, keep your business running is again like with the operations part, you can have monitoring for your maintenance and run landscape, where you can see how the system is running, how it is behaving, and you can take corrective actions. And that corrective actions can be automated in, as I was mentioned, in terms of notifications or creating an event, or job automation, where you can have a workflow created in BTP, and that workflow can be called once an event is generated. So you can correlate those things. We can optimize again the SAP services using all this leverage. Okay, accelerate data transformation again, like since when you're leveraging your implementation area of Cloud ALM, and when you're you are using it for your S4HANA journey, you're moving to S4HANA, so it gives you again many inbuilt tools to help you in that S4HANA journey. This is especially for S4 when you're moving ECC to S4HANA. It gives you a lot many the transformation, because it would be a huge project when you're moving from ECC, be it greenfield, brownfield, right? Implementation. So the Cloud ALM gives you a lot of inbuilt tools, which we'll go through as we move on in this training, to help you in that transformation. Okay. So yeah, this, as I was saying again, so as I was mentioned to you, and I think previously the data transformation. So we have a section, SAP Business Transformation Center, which we won't cover as part of this training because it's a very new thing. But that, as I said, that gives you the tools to help you in your business transformation. You can analyze the data currently available in your system, then transform, provide, right? So that you'll see when we come to I'll show you that section when we come to the workshop. So that business transformation center is specifically for your S4HANA journey or for any data transformation, right? Again, business continuity, like the detect, analyze, correct. So this is like in your, if you detect any issue, analyze, you can correct, automate it, right? Automation is like, again, if there's like, suppose you detect there's a job failing, right? So there is a capability where you can automate that fix, but it is not available now for each and everything. But now for very few areas it is available. Similarly, innovation adoption. If you have anything in your current landscape and you want to innovate, a new feature, you have found a new requirement has come in, you can always do that through Cloud ALM, right? So I think this talks about the same which we have talked. So I'll go to the next slide. Okay. So as I was mentioning, so this Cloud ALM supports both your implementation and operations. Okay. Implementation could be your any project work, be it upgrade or update or migration. Operation is once you are in your run phase where the systems are running and so there you can detect issues, you can analyze the issue, you can correct them, and as I said, there are some capabilities to automate that fix as well going forward. Okay. So for implementation again, SAP Cloud ALM supports from the design phase. You have design, you can have workshops, you can record your business requirements, IT requirements during the design phase when you're having the workshops and everything. Then from design workflow, then you go to the build phase. Then we can use the change and deployment cycle of Cloud ALM during your build phase to and then we have test suite, test management as well in Cloud ALM, where you can create your test plans, test packages. Currently, Cloud ALM also supports integration with third-party testing tool called Tricentis Tosca, which is again an automatic for automating testing. So you can integrate. For using that, you have to request. For using Tricentis Tosca, you need a separate license that is not included as part of Cloud ALM, but you can use that to integrate. So it has testing capabilities. Cloud ALM, you can leverage that, and finally deploy. You can use the release management then for your deployment phase during your go live. So it gives you the complete set of tools to have control over each and every phase of your implementation project, starting from design, build, test, deploy. And during test, as I said, during testing, it gives you, we have defect management as well. So it supports the testing cycle through, and you can support all your testing needs, all your build needs, design needs, and deployment needs through Cloud ALM. But just a disclaimer here that, as I mentioned, and have been mentioning, that Cloud ALM is still a very it's not a mature product. It has matured a lot since last 3.5, 4 years. But there are something which is still, it doesn't have the capability. So either those are in the roadmaps, or they might not be in the roadmap itself. Like SAP is not going ahead with that, right? So because some of you are quite experienced, you have worked in different projects where you could have used some other tools or solution manager. So you might face not difficulty, but you might face that there are some missing features, some missing functionality in Cloud ALM. But that is how it is. That is the part and parcel of moving to a new product. And as I said, SAP has said that it is not going to bring everything which was available in Solution Manager to Cloud ALM. They will try to bring as much as possible, but like they have specifically mentioned that some things we are not going to bring, and some things will be there. So in that way, it could be. So it's just a disclaimer. It could be that you won't find what you have in other, like if you come, like people use Jira and other tools or Solution Manager. So you could find there are some functionalities missing, or some which are not very mature enough right now. Right, they are in process of getting more mature, more capabilities, more features, more things getting added. So that is one thing. Another thing is that since it's a cloud solution, you don't have too much control over, you don't have too much customization available. Like you can't customize too many things. There are some things, actually I won't say customization, but I would say you can add few of the things, like you want a separate, we'll come to that workshop, but it's more of a it's very limited. Like whatever SAP gives on Cloud ALM is available, you have to use it with some little bit of customization available, or some kind of add-ons available. But you have to be ready that whatever you have in Cloud ALM, you have to work with it, live with it. Yeah, because unless, like I always keep going back to Solution Manager, because that is the to which we can compare it, the earlier ALM product from SAP. So in Solution Manager, you had a lot of scope for customization. You could customize a lot of things, right? Like even like suppose, to give you a very basic example, like in Solution Manager, even you must have received some alert or some email from Solution Manager, one point or the other, during any of your projects, right? Be it for monitoring, be it for change management, be it for test. So Solution Manager gave you the capability to even customize that email. Like you could customize the email body, the subject, even the sender. So these things, it could be like you could customize the complete email body, or you could customize the completely email subject line depending on your requirement, right? In Cloud ALM, you don't have that. You can't do that. It is the standard email which will be sent out. Let's suppose I'll give you an example. In operations, if you set up a monitoring, so there is a standard mail notification with the standard subject, with the standard message body, which will be sent out. You don't have any option to customize it, at least not for now. And probably it won't be there, and that is also it is also true because it's a cloud solution, right? The SAP will not, otherwise every customer will be able to customize, and it will be a hell lot of difficult to manage for SAP. So that's why it's a cloud solution. It won't give you a lot of scope for customization in that way. Okay, we have that you can bulk upload, but again there is a limitation, like how smooth that was in Solution Manager. That is not that smooth. You have to, like, there's a template, you have to download it from Cloud ALM. Based on that template, you have to fill your details and then upload that same template with the details, and then it will, if there are any changes, it won't, there would be an error. Like, so it's like you have to download that template, fill it up according to, and then you can upload it and it will be there. But yeah, it's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also we can do the analytics part also there, where our test cases have been completed.
Yes, yeah.
And
those, all those are there, but it again means it's like, see, the analytics part again, it is picking, like, if you follow the process what Cloud ALM says, like you upload using the template, you keep marking your test cases whether they are in progress or testing. So then the analytics will it is going to pick from its own data source. It is not going to check. So yeah, in that way you have the detailed analysis, and the analysis you can have it at different level, like on your test cases as well. And if you integrate, if you are adding your or attaching your test cases in relation to your requirements or your development, so in that way also, how many development, like in Cloud ALM you use the term features. Like, features is nothing but a development work, you can say. So how many features are getting tested in that sense? So that kind of analytics also, yeah, we have. Because see, SAP, so any company or any product company, when they build a tool, however they say it is very open, there is open source, they will keep something which is a proprietary thing, that is very specific thing, SAP specific or thing. So that SAP will, otherwise they will lose the market in that sense. So they won't do that. But again, to capture a market where people, as I said, people had this complaint, at least with Solution Manager, that it was very difficult to integrate with. And with now people moving to cloud, there are more cloud solutions, like third-party cloud solutions which people are using. So for that integration, they're like SAP SLA, we'll give you open, which SAP has never done before this. Like in at least last two before that, they have given their own. They have built their own API, and they are giving that you integrate Cloud ALM with ServiceNow. Because again, the thing is that, like, as you know, ITSM was a module in SAP Solution Manager. Means you could have a incident, like you had ITSM. You could leverage SAP's own Solution Manager to create your own incident management system. But Cloud ALM doesn't have any incident management. So in a way, SAP is saying, okay, I'm not giving you any incident management tool. I'm not giving you any ITSM tool, but I'm helping you. I'm giving you an open API. You can use it. Since ServiceNow is the market leader, I'm giving that is built. You just have to create endpoints, and you can use ServiceNow very, like, with a work of a day or two, you should be able to have incidents created in ServiceNow. But again, this part SAP has done for ServiceNow only. But it is saying for rest, I'm giving you the API, but I have not done the work. If you want to integrate with some other third party, take Freshworks or Dynamics, it has an API available, Cloud ALM, that open API is there, but you have to use it. You have to build extensions on it, and you have to integrate it with Dynamics. SAP doesn't will help you with that. But for ServiceNow, they have done it because it's the market leader. Like for MS Teams, they have done like chat integration, where if alert comes or there is a notification can be sent, will come as a ping to you. Okay. You in your MS Teams, it will pick that, okay, you have a job failed, or you have a tester, you have a test case waiting for you to test. So those things are there. So this is nothing but I don't know how many of you have worked with MS Dynamics. So since it's MS Dynamics has this integration where you can have notification sent to you over MS Teams, and you can approve it, or at least for change management, you can approve tickets or you can approve change management over Teams only. You don't even have to log in into MS Teams. So that's a very nice feature to have, right? Like you don't open MS Teams, you just, chats are always open, not even if your laptop, you have it on mobile, and you get a notification workflow and you can just approve it. And so same, I'm just saying that same thing they're trying to do, Cloud ALM is trying to do with, so that's why they're again, for MS Teams integration that is kind of inbuilt again, that is so in that way SAP is trying to cover all the bases that people don't move out and they keep using Cloud ALM for their operations. Okay, any other question or query or anything if anyone wants to add? So this is the value which you will get from SAP, from the SAP Cloud ALM. Like as I said, effective run fit to standard work. So like once, because obviously in any project when you are initiating, you will have workshops, right? So if you are using roadmaps, like the SAP roadmap, the Activate roadmaps, you can leverage that and to record your requirements, your findings from that workshop very effectively. You don't have to create, like you don't have to create it from scratch, right? You will come to know when I'll show you the demo. So it is very, as I said, even the existing, like once you're using for creation of project, you leverage the roadmap. So everything comes, the task, but you can modify those tasks or you can add your own project task, user stories, right? So it gives you both leverage. So it reduces the time, right? And effectively it reduces the time, and you are not, spending. Obviously, you have to spend, but maybe that time is reduces what you spend on the documentation part, right? Or planning the project or the project plan itself, right? So that is one thing. Okay, again, as I said, it works on tasks, so you can automatically assign tasks from there. You don't have to like manually go and assign. Like if you're using, like some project people use SharePoint, to assign for documentation, that becomes very manual, right? But here you can, from the same project task page, you can assign it to respective, or you can assign it to teams. You can have different teams assigned to your project, and there you go. So that these all things we'll go through in detail. Okay, again, test, as I was saying, test activities are central. Like there's one place from there you can, you can see, even test suite comes with, test management comes with its own dashboard as well, which has the complete analytics. So you can use that. It is from center. You don't have to like go different, like you don't have to go and check, okay, well, how many test cases are finished or how many users are available, or which test cases are not are still unassigned. There are no testers assigned. So these things you can change centrally. You don't have to specifically go and check anywhere, right? Again, since you can use the standard release management process of Cloud ALM, so the deployment to production is very consistent, right? You don't have it would not be like if you have multiple go lives, so the same flow as the same process will be followed because you are using Cloud ALM's functionality. And again, as I said, because you don't have that much capability to customize, there won't be any changes as such, right? So the go lives will be very consistent. Okay. And traceability. So as I said, like suppose you start with, through workshops, you create your IT requirement, business requirement. From business requirement, you create your features for development, then testing. So you can trace, like it gives you, like if you want to know what is the status of my work or my test or my requirement. So you can trace it depending on your, because let's suppose you want a requirement ABC. So what is its status? So it will tell you like that requirement, the corresponding feature which was created, what is its status. From that feature, what the test case. If again, this will only work if you have connected them, right? When you're creating a requirement and when you're creating a feature, you are assigning that feature to that requirement. When you're creating a test case or test, either you can create it from the feature itself, or even if you're creating it from the test management, you connect it to your feature. So if you have done this, so you can easily trace your like from requirement, I say from requirement level only, you can trace that what is the status till my testing or even like deployment. Similarly for features, similarly for test cases. So it gives you a lot of traceability in terms of analytics. And SAP has specifically or is very focused on this part. Like I would say not analytics, but in a way that you should be able to see, like for high level diagram, that you should not high level view, that you should not have to dig deep or drill down to the lowest level to find the actual state of your current project. It should be given at a very higher level, that you go to requirement or you go to your project level and you can see that, okay, this is the state of how many features are there, how many features have been tested, how many features are ready for deployment. So SAP has built it in a way, and it is also enhancing, bringing innovations that it can no you can have a complete view of your complete project status at a very high level. Okay. A business process continuity. As I was saying, we have business process monitoring. So you can use that or leverage that to see if your business processes are having any performance issue. Performance issue in the sense that like you can set up um, um, or alert, or you can set up monitoring on your business. But like a very basic example, that purchase order creation. If there is an issue in your purchase order creation, so and you can depending on your that, okay, if there's a delay by minutes or by days or by months, depending on requirement, you can monitor that, right? Again, as I was talking about automation, you can, the resolution time, like a job fails. So you can create a workflow which you can integrate that in that. You can create an event that if the job fails, you will create an event. That event will call your uh, that automation activity that trigger the failed job, right? It is still in very nascent stage, but that is how SAP is going forward. Right now, I think there are it supports RPA and SAP workflow. These two it supports, but there will be a lot many getting added. But again, this we will not cover as part of this training. But this we can leverage. Like if someone or you have a RPA or a workflow already there, you can create those workflows or those there, and you can call them from Cloud ALM. Obviously, before that, you'll have to integrate the two systems, Cloud ALM and your workflow system and your BTP and, or for that matter, RPA. But those workflows can be called. SAP has given that functionality. Okay. Okay. Like in terms of not like we have SLAs, but not in the actual term of SLA. It's like for implementation phase, you can time box your different phases, like your realize phase cycle, design cycle, build, test, and you can time box that. Okay, this will run from this date to this date, and then you can track your requirement, and they'll give you a percentage that if you have given like 2 months time frame for your build phase, so at given point of time, what is the percentage of work completed? So in that way, it gives you transparent reporting, and you can and even for testing, you can create different time boxes that with my different testing cycles will run from this to this date, and it will give you a percentage in that way also. Okay. So machine learning anomalies is still like we have it. It is inbuilt in the sense that like like you have set up like for CPI, we have workflows, so there could be workflows flowing. So what SAP has done is that it could be that you could understand a workflow could be failing because it could be used continuously. Messages are being sent from from two different source to destination using CPI very continuously. So it could be that there could be multiple notifications or alerts raised for the same issue. So in that way, machine learning has been inbuilt, where if for this one issue, SAP will understand that they have it. It is like at some level it is a time based in the sense that if at the same time for the same workflow same issue is coming, it means it's a single issue, not a multiple issue. So then SAP or Cloud ALM will integrate or will generate only one notification for you. So these kind of machine learning things they have incorporated, that is inbuilt, and they're still bringing it up. So that is one thing. Okay, safeguarding your cloud journey again, your service collaboration, it can help. Delivery efficiency in the sense it will give you, it is trying to automate things. It is giving a very standard flow. So there is very less chance of you going wrong anywhere if you're following the process. So delivery is efficient. There are very minimal. In a way, that's good since SAP doesn't give you too many levels of customization. So you are going to use the standard SAP process which Cloud ALM offers you. So there is very less chance of you going wrong or there going to be a delay, right? So this is you can safeguard your journey in that sense that there is no delay in your project's activity because you are using the which SAP has given you. SAP has set out a standard process for you, has given you all the tools for that, and you're using that, so there are very less chances. And if you follow it how SAP Cloud ALM has built it, so there would not be any scope of failures as such, to put it very in simple terms. So that way it safeguards your cloud journey. So as we have already talked, what does Cloud ALM offer? So it offers both implementation operations for SAP solutions. We have already covered this. Okay, as I said, it covers your processes, your test, deploy, task management, everything for the implementation area. For operations, it offers business process health and user performance monitoring. Like you can have user experience monitoring. You can have health monitoring. Health monitoring is nothing but the health of your system, like for your the data. Let's suppose for your S/4HANA system, what is the performance, dialogue response time, how it is, if the database is it in a good state or not, the user status, so those kind of like a health checkup kind of thing. Like, so what do you check for your body? You check blood pressure and sugar and basic blood test, right? Similarly, it's a very basic health monitoring of your systems, right? Or for your applications as well. Like you can have it for your cloud application as well, Ariba, SuccessFactor, and on-prem also. Business process, as I said, business process monitoring, where you can, like currently SAP provides around 100 KPIs based on which you can monitor your business processes. Since we don't have a which was not there in Solution Manager as well, where you can't create your own KPIs, key performance indicators. What SAP provides, the standard ones, based on that you can monitor your business processes. So there are around 100 right now, but they are adding it. Okay. And as I said, like in implementation phase, it covers your starting from your process modeling to your test deployment and your task management. Like if you'll have, so they have complete, it offers. Embedded intelligence, we have already talked, where it can detect or not detect issues, but help you in minimizing the amount, or maximizing the minimizing your effort and maximize, like if you, for the same issue, if you get 10 incidents or 10 notification, that is going to hamper your productivity. So in that way, it helps you to reduce that effort. So that is inbuilt. Okay. Moving to the next page. Yeah. So as I said, it offers, Cloud ALM offers you process templates, right, which you can use. We'll go through that later, to run your fit to standard workshops, like the workshops you start with. So you can, that could be a starting, but as I said, like it's better to start with something than to start with scratch. So they will have it will give you a framework, a skeleton to work with when you're working with the workshops, and it will give you, because SAP provides the standard process diagrams, modeling for the standard workflows, the standard business process, which you can use, right? The onboarding for the project team is easy. Like you just have to create a user for them, and a role has to be assigned. That's it. And obviously, and because the tenant your specific cloud endpoint will be available over the internet, right? It is readily available over even your, obviously because it's not public cloud. You just have to give the access to your teams, give them the specific roles, and that's it. Okay. Again, as I said, task assignment. You can assign tasks from where you are in the project management page, or from where you are, have the task overview. You can assign directly or assign to the specific team, and from there, the responsible person for the team can assign it to the respective developers or tester, whatever it could be. Yeah. Test activities, you can manage all your test activities through Cloud ALM. You don't have to use any other tool or sit on any other tool for that. Cloud ALM will help you. Again, it is when I say you can leverage it, it's in a very standard way. I'm saying that SAP gives you all the tools, all the process, all the functionalities for a standard test workflow, or whatever standard SAP. But if you have any other requirement, right, or like it could be a very regressive testing or performance testing, right? So maybe you can leverage it, but then maybe you have to then fall back to some other tool. But if in a very standard scenario, from a testing perspective, you can manage all your testing requirements through Cloud ALM without going. Even for reporting, you don't have to use any other thing. Even for reporting, SAP Cloud ALM will help you with the reporting part as well. Okay. And in that sense, or even for your fit to standard workshops, like all the processes are available. The modeling is there. If you are going with standard, I could say that probably there won't be anything for you to work on from process perspective if you're using the standard. But there obviously will be required where you will be customizing a completely new process, or customizing the existing standard process of SAP. So in that way also, since you already have that process there, you don't have to create it from scratch. So that thing you can do. And again, there also you can have a view of it, like what all processes are available, which are suitable for me, which are not. And you can create on it. We call it process authoring. You can create your own process. It's there itself. So that's not a problem. Okay. Consistently deploy to production. Since SAP Cloud ALM has a process set for deployment, release management, you can use that, and you can use it consistently. Like features will be moved. We call it features. So features will be moved to production on a specific schedule, depending on. But again, it is not. You don't have too many customizations. Like in some customers or some go lives, there is a requirement that some different permutation combinations you might have come across, that it's not a big bang go live. There are very dependency on that. So maybe in that sense it would not help, but more or less it will cover. Cloud ALM will cover all your requirements from a deployment, from a release management. Again, as I said, SAP has given Cloud ALM has given a lot of focus in traceability. So you can trace your feature, what is status, or from a requirement your feature, or from a test case your feature requirement. So complete traceability of your work during your project. SAP has given a lot of emphasis on that part. Okay. Track progress with inbuilt reporting. As I said, it is with traceability. The traceability is there so that it can help you in more advanced or more in detail, in-depth reporting. So you can do that. You have a separate dashboard for testing. You have a separate dashboard for defects where you can see what is the defects, how it is going. You have a separate dashboard for features, like what is the status of different features, right? A good part is there are not many statuses in features. In development, in deployment, that's it. There are 2 or 3 features status. That's it. So it reduces the amount of effort in managing them. So in that way, so it gives you traceability reporting in very in depth, right? So.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which of the following is not a key component of SAP Cloud ALM? Option A, requirements management. Option B, change management. Option C, test management. Option D, deployment management. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, ready to master SAP Cloud ALM? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will dive into SAP Cloud ALM. It's like a handy toolbox for managing supplies, ensuring we have enough, and getting them where they need to be. Our experts have crafted a comprehensive curriculum covering everything from the basics to advanced techniques. You are learning from the best in the field. Your teachers are seasoned professionals, dedicated to helping you succeed and answering all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly helpful. Best part, it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP Cloud ALM skills? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website. Sign up today and kickstart your journey to becoming a SAP Cloud ALM Pro.
So this we have already done. The processes in Cloud ALM we can consume the SAP best practice content, right? And when you consume the roadmaps, the processes will come, the process diagrams will come, and then from there you can manage your requirements, you can manage your workshops, depending, to track your for documentation of your workshops, for requirements, you can completely leverage that. So processes, if you are using, and even if you are not, if you intend, even if there is a lot of customization or there will be too many customized, even then it is preferable to start with the standard best practice, and then you keep on adding your, at least you'll have a framework, a skeleton to work with, right? So that is fine. Again, task, you can have task configuration, task and manage extension. So again, when you are importing the from the roadmap, even the tasks are there. Not only the process diagrams of the process, even the underlying tasks are there which get populated, and from there you can create your own task, or you can or you can use the same create the project plan. This is one of the tasks in the roadmaps, right? So just to add that extra bit of that, okay, that is also that we have to create a project plan. Obviously, if you don't want that as a test task, you can remove that, or if you want something else, you can customize, you can add your own task. But once you import the content, the underlying task for each will also come with it. Again, even for testing, test cases will get populated. You can use them, or depending on your requirement, you can create your own test cases. As I said, like you can download the template, fill up your requirement based on the template, fill up, and you can create test cases, test steps from that mass upload also. So that is also there. But you can have test cases. Test cases will already be there once you import the standard content, and you can leverage them as well, right? So change and deployment is nothing but the change management process, or the change management workflow for in Cloud ALM, which is called change and deployment. So you can, again, it is a standard workflow. You don't have any control to customize it. So in a way, it's good. You are forced to, or you're forced to use the standard SAP provided workflow in Cloud ALM for change management, for your change management. So in a way, it's good. There are very less chances of failures, right? If you follow the process as per, yeah, right. So that is one case. Like to give an example, many of you know like what retrofit is, right? So in like when you have a once your first go live happen, you might have there will be some there will be a support landscape where your minor changes are going, and there will be a project landscape where still the major changes are going, right? So there you need a retrofit functionality where any changes so that the two landscapes are in sync. So you do a retrofit, right? So which changes in one get retrofitted automatically to the second landscape, right? So this functionality as such is not available in Cloud ALM, like the retrofit, right? Um, it, I'm not sure whether it's in roadmap, but that retrofit functionality is still not there in Cloud ALM, right? So I'm just trying to make you understand that there are still some limitations. When I say it is standard, it gives, but again, there, like if you have a retrofit functionality or requirement, then maybe we have to, do it manually in some other way. But if you're using standard for at least for your implementation project, then you can, the change and deployment is well sufficient to cater to all your needs. Okay. No, I was giving example that retrofit as such functionality is not available or possible in Cloud ALM. You can't if you have two landscape like project and support landscape, so you can't do it. You can't do it through Cloud ALM. At least for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And these are the process, task, contests, and change and deployment, which will be integrated with the SAP application, right? So
Yeah. But means roadmaps are like when we do the workshop, you'll come to know that roadmaps only like it is again for the implementation part where you are in implementation could be an upgrade, S/4HANA upgrade, or a database upgrade, or a migration, or anything. So there are standard roadmaps available, which if you use, so all the underlying processes or everything which you need, the the processes, the tasks, the process diagrams, if you want to use them, so they will be automatically available in your Cloud ALM system, and you can use them. Okay. So it is available for like a product. I think it is available for SuccessFactors, for S/4HANA, for Ariba also for something. Some is available, but again, as I said, it is still not available. Probably not available for all the products. But yeah, S/4HANA, it is available. Most of the implementation scenarios which you can think of are available.
Okay. In the process steps also, which is available, like the workflow which will be rejected or something like that, will get any notification, such kind of things.
That you're saying in terms of support or during implementation?
Implementation, when we do capture the process steps and all, right, any of the things, so there'll be something, comment, something action need to be taken, some screenshot to be added. So then in that case, will I get any mail trigger, something like that, notification?
Okay. Notifications right now are not supported. But again, it is in the pipeline. I don't know when, but right now it is not supported. Like I understood, like if there is a task on your name, whether you will get a notification or not. Yeah. So this is the same thing, the self-guided and content-driven implementation based on Activate methodology is available in Cloud ALM. You can leverage that, fast onboarding for project teams. Project planning, single cloud solution release time. Like, okay, another feature is that if you are using cloud solutions, which like SuccessFactors, Ariba, and so they have a release cycle, right? SuccessFactors, Ariba, SAP Kanga, they have a release cycle which SAP follows. So you can integrate your project timelines with that cycle. Like there could be like an upgrade coming in next quarter, and you are also running some project. So that is there, which will show up there. So you can, depending on that, you can integrate those both timelines. So that option is there. But it is helpful in terms that when what would be your stage of your project when the upgrade happens, or whatever is the the life cycle for that cloud solution, what activity is there. So that is there. So these are the things which have again prepare and manual and automate tested. So we can create manual test for automating testing. Like as I said, TriCentric Tosca recently was it came for public use that you can use TriCentric Tosca for your automated testing. But again, for that you need a separate license. That is not part of the Cloud ALM license. Manually you can do, but for automatic, because again, like for more automation of testing, there was nothing in Cloud ALM as such. So that's why they integrated or leveraged Tricentis Tosca, because I think it was beneficial to them to use a third-party tool than to build their own automation, right? Because if you have worked with Solution Manager, you have CBDA there, which was a very mature tool which you can leverage to create your own automatic test cases. But here there was no functionality as such. So that's why for automatic they use Tricentis Tosca. So that you can use for automatic. So Cloud ALM in a way supports automatic testing, but again, just that you have to buy a separate license for that Tricentis, and it is like very smooth because SAP, it is like built with partner. The SAP, it is recommended by SAP, and there is a separate tab on the Cloud ALM homepage for Tricentis. So it's very smooth, like the integration, and it's very there's not much effort in a way. Like it's very easy in that way. Okay. So going to the next slide is just fine. Okay, so this is just a page from how it will look. So like in cloud, like this is the implementation project you have set. So as I was saying, you can even for the whole project, you can see the progress. So again, the underlying the parameters on which what is the progress, that is like depends on the tasks which have been completed. Okay. Requirements notes, upcoming tasks. So that's why the SAP has put a lot of effort in this dashboards view, or this where everything you can view at a very high level, so that you can and then it also gives the option to drill down, right? Suppose the project is at 69%. So why it is at 69%? Where are we? Prepare phase 69. So those kind of things it gives. So again, core capabilities again, design. It helps in your design, build, test, and deploy, right? We already covered that. So this is just a screenshot of onboarding and the project setup. We'll do a demo tomorrow, and then have an hands-on lab activity as well. Okay. So again, you can when you invite the users, you have to give them roles specific. Again, in SAP, in SAP, you have roles, different roles. In Cloud ALM right now, the roles are defined on your user role, in the sense you could be a test manager, you could be a tester, you could be a project manager, you could be a architect. So those roles can be assigned to you. It's not like you have to be assigned a all the roles separate, composite roles or single roles. So these are like user-based roles or role-based roles, if I could say. What is your role in the project? So project manager, test manager, tester, business analyst, architect, program manager. Depending on that, your role will be, and you will have visibility to only the things which you are supposed to take care. Like if you are a tester, you're not supposed to it's just to segregate and just to don't crowd too many information to a person which is not needed, right? It is good to know, but it is not needed. So a tester might not have access to the project status, because he or she doesn't have to know that. They just have to know what are the tasks as test cases assigned to them, and if they have raised any defect, so those status of those defects. So and then a test manager will have access to all the test cases and all the and to different test cases which are assigned to different testers. So he or she can understand, okay, which tester is lagging behind, or how is the progress for each tester. Then the overall testing plan, again, he or she can have, the test manager can have access or view that what will be the like, if they are correlated, like features is correlated, you have made a relation with correlated with test, so which features are still pending. So those are like, project manager will have the overview of the project. Okay, he or she can drill down that, okay, how many test cases are pending? Maybe not at the level of tester, like which tester it's pending with, but at least how many test cases are pending, what is the state, how many have been retested, how many defects are there. So those kind of like, so it's like the authorization is role based, depending on the role you play in the project. So those kind of roles can be assigned to you. So in that way, okay. So again, it talks about the project setup and fit to stand. Again, you'll have process flows, which we'll talk tomorrow. Okay. Again, as I was saying, this is like, if I can, we'll have this in detail tomorrow. Just giving over. So this is one of the standard process. Self from mistake BD9. Some of you will be more familiar with this than I am. I'm just. So you see, when you use the standard content or use the activate roadmaps, this will come automatically in your Cloud ALM. The standard flow. Okay. The design is there. So this is obviously, see, in most cases, it could be that the project will have too many customization, or you are going with the standard one. So, but this is a very good starting point, right? From there, if you want, you can create your own. You will not be able to edit here, but you will have to create another process, which we call process authoring. There you can, use this and create the process modeling. And again, there will be subtasks related to this, which again you can use or you can leverage. So at least you have a starting point, right? The skeleton to start with for the project, for the process, for the workshop, which the inputs you get from the workshop that you can use to, based on this diagrams, you can create your own process diagrams if you want, like if you have a necessity to have process diagrams in place for all the processes once it's finalized for the workflow. So this is there. Again, this is as I was saying, like once you build a project, the project will have underlying task, right? And it is like a project, it will have tasks, it will have user stories. So projects will run based on these will be the the parameters on which the status of the project will be, or the how many percentage it has finished will be measured. Right. Again, when you see when you use the standard content, most of them, all of them will be there automatically. It depends on you, your requirement, your project requirement, whether if you can use the standard ones, or if you want to create your own, or if you want to customize the existing, the ones which we have come. Again, customization, we won't have much scope to do customization, so you can create a new one. But you can maybe base your task on the similar, and there will be sometimes which is very similar to the one you are trying to create. So you can leverage that content and create that. So you don't have to start from scratch for anything. You have a starting point. Okay. And again, we can have different visualization. You can have in Gantt chart, you can have in pie chart. So depending, those settings are there which you can use depending on your your requirement, that you can, how do you want to see it, right? Again, as I was mentioning, you can integrate it with other project management tools with the open APIs which SAP provides. Like you can take a raw data of how many project tasks are open, how many project tasks, or how many test cases are open. So everything you can import as raw data using the open API, and you can integrate and have it in some other third-party tool and use it. Like for dashboards, you can use Grafana. Like let's suppose the existing dashboard which is there in solution in Cloud ALM, that is not sufficient. You want something more. So maybe you can import all the raw data through the open API to a Grafana instance, and there you can try to create your own dashboard. That okay, this is the view I only want. And I only want maybe projects and only features, but features in detail. Which again you won't have it in Cloud ALM because it won't give you that much customization. It will give you the drill down. Like from here, I can go to features, from features test. Probably not what you're looking for if there is a case. So then you can use the Open API for project management. And this is what SAP is trying to do. Like for all the areas, it is saying that, okay, I will not build, but I'm giving you the partners, and there are many cloud ALM partners, like you might have heard of some like Cloud Realm, and there is, I'm forgetting the name, but they have built some solutions based on these open APIs. As I was saying, we don't have ITSM in in Cloud ALM. So there is a company which has built an extension on top of the open API, which is used by ServiceNow. But that thing, Cloud SAP has already provided. So you don't have to do any kind of development or create extensions. But for other ticketing tools, you have to create. So that company or that partner has built a extension or an application based on this open API, so that you can pull all your monitoring incident data and create or use it for some in third-party ticketing tool, CRM Dynamics or HP ALM or whatever it could be, right? Or your in-house, many companies have their in-house ticketing tools. So there you can use it, right? You can integrate, I think most of you have heard of CBC for SAP S/4HANA Cloud. So you can integrate Cloud ALM with CBC also for your S/4HANA Cloud implementation, for the task and those ones. But again, this won't be covered as part of this training, but that integration is there, because eventually it is going to Cloud ALM will be the one-stop solution for all your cloud solution, because even S/4HANA, as SAP is pushing even the S/4HANA on-prem customers to move to S/4HANA Cloud. So that's why the integration will be there for all the cloud-centric solutions, and that will be end-to-end. That will be there. So again, like with project management, all the project execution, you can manage everything. As you document your requirements, IT business requirements, you can break down into user task, user stories. So that you can do on your own. You can create, or once if you're using the standard content, those will be already there in place. The user story, because SAP has provided that, right? See, for this particular process, what should be the user stories or the tasks which are to be given, configuration task or development task, and from there so that again, if you want to use them, well and good. So it is better to use it, even if you're not using, you have a framework and that you can leverage that. From there, you can create your features like for development. Then from their features, you can create your test cases for. Okay. In the standard, it depends on how SAP is, but you will come to know it. So it is usually 1-to-1, like one task will have one user story. But again, I'm saying like standard when you come, because like let's suppose you are creating on your own and you have a task, you might want to break it down into 4 user stories or 5 user stories, right? Like that, either if it is, let's suppose whatever is available there from the standard content, if it is not as per your requirement, you can always change that. You can create your own interpretation of that, right? And from a reporting perspective, obviously, it is like underlying obviously, like if you're based on the number of requirements open, and so maybe it will take only the requirements, and when you drill it down to the maybe the percentage of user stories, so maybe then it will take the whole count, right? But again, that we have to see once we are in the system, and because it will vary from roadmap to roadmap and different stages of the project, right? So that we can see once we do the hands-on. But it is again like if it is not as per your requirement, or if again as I said, it is not like it is again not 100% mature tool. So there will be some, like as you mentioned, there could be like one requirement has 4 users, so how then it will give the percentage completion, or how will it track? So maybe this is maybe a shortcomings right now in the with the current setup of Cloud ALM. But yeah, as I said, it is with everything there is a disclaimer that it is still not 100% mature tool. Like there's still every like if you go to the roadmap, there are like in this quarter there could be like 50 things SAP is working to innovate or put in Cloud ALM, right? So that is one thing that could be. This is a shortcoming. Like there was not shortcoming, but I think last year quarter that issue was there that you could not see more than 100 features. Like let's suppose you have created there's a project and there are more. Obviously a project could have more than 100, more than 1,000 features. Features nothing but one development work which you want to track. So there was a limitation I think sorry, it was 1,000. No, not 1,000. I think I'm forgetting the number, 100 or 1,000. So after 100, it will not show you any features. So that was not even a bug, but that is how it was like. Because sorry, it was 1,000. So after, if you have more than 1,000 features, because let's suppose you have multiple projects. So I just want to see the whole feature list. So after 1,000, it was not showing the feature list. Because when SAP was building it, they had put a limit of 1,000, and they had thought that it could not be more than 1,000. So then we had to create a enhancement request with SAP that this is the not bug. So then they increase it to infinite. Now you can have it any number of features you can see in this. Earlier it was like it will only show you like 1,000, and there's no way to, unless you know the name of the feature or you recall it, you can find it. So that was very difficult. So in that way, SAP is trying to innovate. And again, this thing they did it in 2 days, right? They did not take a whole lot of time. They did it in 2 or 3 days. It went to the the product development team, and the change was there, not for us, but not for my customer, for everyone it came. And because they keep on doing it, the changes they apply keep on applying at the back end, and they don't wait. For other products, it would be a cycle where with the next release with a note it will come, but with Cloud ALM they do it. So I have seen it firsthand. So again, it could be that what you are seeing, that could be that is not like SAP is not, Cloud ALM is not able to provide that requirement which you are looking for. So maybe that's in pipeline. We can request that as well, and they'll work on that. Okay, but we'll see that when we do the demo workshop, and then we'll see. So, but it again depends on, if it doesn't suit your requirement, you can always change. You have the option to create your own user story, task. So that way, SAP Cloud ALM gives you that openness in that way. Okay. So again, I was a test planning orchestration again. So you can structure your test plans, test package, manual, automatic, test cases. As I was saying, you can see what is the status of your testing. So this all we'll do in once we give I give the demo and we do hands-on. This will become more clear, because these things that you can't have a theoretical session. It has to be seen and done on the system. Okay. So as I said, manual step-based test cases you can provide. Again, SAP, as I was saying, it provides you integration with other test automation provider like Tricentis. I know it is built. For other also it builds. Okay. Tricentis test automation. Again, for testing also it has open API, which obviously you can use if you want, integrated with some other third party or any other testing tool. Okay. Defects management is available with Cloud ALM during testing. If there is a defect, you can create a defect and track it. So that is there. You don't have to go to some other ticketing tool and manage the testing or defect there. Defect management is there, but yeah, incident management is not there in Cloud ALM, but defect management is there. Okay. S/4HANA test automation tool is also there in Cloud ALM integration, but it is very nascent stage, right? So change and implement deployment, like this is the part where the actual the changes in the system, that is how it is tracked. We manage it. Okay, traceability and audit trails. So it gives you the functionality to, as I said, traceability. So where is the state? What is the feature state? Which transports are managed to which feature? Okay. Very recently, TOC concept was not there in Cloud ALM, but SAP has brought that feature. Like we can have transport of copies as well now in Cloud ALM. So SAP also you can integrate. I don't know if you know. There's a service available in BTP, Cloud Transport Management System. So that can be integrated with Cloud ALM for movement or managing your changes for cloud solutions. No, which are moving through BTP. So that is also there. But again, we won't cover that. We'll cover the basic, which is available in Cloud ALM. But that integration is there. You can use Cloud ALM, integrate with that service BTP, and manage the cloud solutions change management process as well. Okay. As I was saying, like open APIs are there available. We have for analytics, we have for projects, for task, for test automation, right? So these either for some SAP already provides, like for you can integrate ServiceNow using one of the APIs and MS Teams. Other it has given you the API. Now you have to build your extension, your application on that, pull data from Cloud ALM, then use it either in your own application if you have built or any third-party application. Okay, so this is one of the very unique feature, and SAP is actually working on providing more APIs. Apart from building a capability of its own Cloud ALM capabilities, it is also this Cloud ALM projects. If you can see the second API, this came very recently. For analytics, it was there. For task, it again came. Like let's suppose all the tasks you can import using this API, and then maybe you can have it in some where you want to track it, right? So that you can do, right? So these two came very recently, these APIs. So SAP is building APIs also side by side, so it is saying that okay, I will not do the all development work, right? You also do as partners, you can also do. So that's why like there is no incident management, there are no dashboards capability in Cloud, and that it is giving you an open API. If you want to leverage dashboards, you use the API and you use your own dashboards. Like SAP saying, I will not put effort in like I will build, but side by side. I am not going to build it on Cloud ALM. So in that way, they are pushing Cloud ALM. Okay. So this is the overview, right? How the Cloud ALM, how can you manage your implementation process from end to end. So as I was saying, the Cloud ALM and Cloud ALM, what they have done is like role based. They have done like project lead, business expert, project manager. So every role or every person who is assigned that particular role has a set. Their activities or their tasks are, and they will have access to those tasks and those areas only. They won't have access to other areas. Like a tester will not have access to the project management. The project manager will not have access to the for the tester at the tester level. Like for a single tester, what test cases are assigned. So in that case, they have bifurcated not on roles, but roles in the sense based on the role the particular person is supposed to carry out in a project, right? So as you can see, the project lead or the project manager, you can see, so their role starts when setting up the project. In Cloud ALM, you have to create a project. We'll go through the demo, like I'll show you, but just to give you an overview here. Okay. So they will set up the project, and then once you set up a project, you have to onboard team members, right? Which like team members could, like when project manager can, the development lead, the test manager, the testers, so different type of teams. So you can create teams in Cloud ALM and have members assigned to that team, right? And again, based on that team or team members role, you can assign roles to them, right? Again, when you are, as I mentioned, when you are assigning, when you are setting up a project, you can define timelines. So timelines could be in sense of time boxes, where you can time box for different phases, realize, explore phase. You can time box what will be the time frame for that, or you can you plan it release wise, release 1, release 2, release 3 for implementation project. Okay. So that is one thing. Okay. Now next thing comes is like business expert is nothing but the the business people or your the business side or your application team lead, which will like since you once you're on created the project, you can use SAP Activate roadmaps to use the SAP standard roadmaps. So once that is there, you have predefined processes available. The business processes are there. So which processes will be in scope, or so that again, this is like it's more of a role, but obviously it's a team effort. Like you'll have workshops, with your customers and with the different stakeholders, that what will be the business, if there's customization needed, what all scope, what all processes will be in a scope. So once that is done, so it's just that the person who has the business expert role or who has that particular role will be able to define the processes or select the scope of those processes. And again, once you have selected the process, based on those processes, your requirements, requirement gathering would happen. You can create requirements on those processes. What will be the requirement? If we have if it's a standard process, still you will need some inputs from the business, from the customer side, right? So that you can document in the requirements. So again, earlier Cloud ALM did not have an option to upload documents. Like what you could do best is like you could maintain a link. So how it was used, like either you could have a SharePoint or something where you will upload your documents, anything, your requirement document or your TSD, FSDs. Those links there is a they call it reference. There you could only maintain a URL. So you would not actually upload a document. But now Cloud ALM has that capability that you can upload documents, but again, you can't upload documents, and like each and every place. Like because it's still last year quarter, they only introduced that documentation will be possible in Cloud ALM, that you could upload your documents in Cloud ALM and maintain. Otherwise, earlier what you had to do, like if you're creating a project or you want to upload a project plan, you did not have an option. You had to just upload it somewhere else, most preferably a SharePoint or a common place, and that link or URL you had to share as a reference, and from there you could just navigate there. But it was not like you could upload actually a document here, right? So that that feature SAP recently introduced in Cloud ALM. Okay, so yeah, once you have completed your requirements, so obviously the requirements you will create the requirement document, the requirements, IT business requirements, then they will go for approval, right? So this again will go to the business team, so they will approve it. Okay, so once the requirement is approved, so it means like now it is ready for development, right? So for development, as I had mentioned earlier, Cloud ALM uses a terminology feature called feature. It is called feature. So every development work will be a feature. Like you have to create a feature, and the feature will have again, and you will create. Earlier, you could not create transports directly from a feature. You had to do it, and you had to create manually the transports in your development system. And then in feature, you have to come and there is it will fetch all the transport available in your development system, and it will you have to assign those transports to your feature. So, but now the option is there. You can create directly transports from the feature. There are some settings configuration needed to be done at the backend development system. Once that is done, you can directly create transports from your features. Okay. So then it follows the same process that create a feature, you go into development. Then it is for testing. You do the unit testing and development. Then you deploy it into quality. Okay. Again, as I had mentioned that earlier there was no TOC concept. The actual transport had to be moved. And that was a automatic process. You could automate it or you can manage depending on the status change. You change the status of the feature and the transport will move. But now the transport of copies feature has been incorporated in Cloud ALM recently. Okay. Clear till now? Any questions, any doubt? Okay. So another thing is that like test cases. So you can create test cases on your own, like standalone, or you can from the requirement, from the business process, you can create test cases and link them to your requirement, to your feature, right? So you can have that linkage that probably from your based on your business process, you can create a test case which will, and then you can map it to the particular feature for which on which the development is happening. And okay, so and another thing is that when you either activate for roadmaps, like the SAP Activate. So if you are getting those using the roadmap, so it also gives you standard test cases. It comes to the system, so you can use those also because the standard processes come. So based on those standard processes, standard test cases are also available in the system, which you can use. Obviously, you can modify them, but not much. So if you have a different understanding or different requirement for your test cases, so you can create your own test cases. So that is one thing. Okay, so as I said that I think I had mentioned earlier that Cloud ALM doesn't support ITSM. There is no incident management as such, but for test management, it supports defects. You can, like, during your testing, if there is an issue, you can create test cases. You can create defects, and you can track them. There is analytics available, and those will be linked to your test cases, your test plan. So that feature is there that you do for when you're doing your testing. You don't have to go out of the Cloud ALM, to track your, or as for tracking or for documentation purpose. You don't have to go to any other place. You can use the defect management of Cloud ALM itself. So again, you can also create user stories, right? Like if once you have a business process, you can create tasks, and either you can create user stories to track the the process. So again, user stories can be linked to a feature, because eventually you're going to do a development based on the your requirement or the development you need to do. So you can create user stories as well, right? Because nowadays people would want to work. They work in agile methodology, so you can create user stories as well. So it depends on you. How do you want to track or manage your project? In that way, you have flexibility in Cloud ALM. So this is, I think it would be better if I show it on demo. Okay, so we won't spend much time here. So just on the right hand side, if you see, it is it gives you the reporting and the analysis available for each section, right? So like project progress reporting is available. So task, like once you create a project, you'll have task under it. So it gives you the capability to monitor your task, how the tasks are distributed, how it is working. Okay, so that is also there. Then task trend analysis, how the tasks. So these reporting or analytics is available for each section. Then solution process traceability. So solution process traceability is nothing but whatever process you have are in scope, or you are process, like if you want to create a process on your own, process authoring. Okay, so that traceability, that how many processes are there, how many customized processes, or how many standard processes we are using. So that is there. And another is really requirement distribution. So also you can manage, you can have a understanding based, if you want to think, okay, I had 50 requirements, so start with, so what is now the current status? Okay, so in that way you can find the status of your requirements. Okay, and for release, again, you have release and timelines, feature traceability. So because features are the ones which will be released, like, so you can map, okay, how many features are still ready for deployment or are ready to be moved to production, right? So in that way, when again you have user story, test, burn up chart, defect reporting during your test management, testing phase. Okay. For testing, it has a different, separate, dashboard where you can see the overall picture of your testing. How many test cases are being tested? How many are retested? How many test cases are assigned or unassigned? How many testers have? What is the percent for each tester? Right. So those kind of analytics or reporting is available. Okay. So this again, we have already. These are the the benefits. Okay. So I will not go again into this. So advantage of Cloud ALM is because it is SAP is providing you the standard. It doesn't, you don't have much option to customize. So since you are using SAP standards, there are very minimal chances of any mistakes or failures. So since it is based on recognized standard and frameworks, right? So that will help. Now most of the customers are moving or in a journey to S4HANA or S4HANA Cloud. In Cloud ALM, as I said, the SAP Activate roadmaps already integrated, and we have enough. So you can, especially for S4HANA journey, there are many roadmaps, SAP Activate roadmaps, which you can use and leverage. So you have a head start. You don't have to start from the scratch, and those are very detailed, right? Again, it works as central project manager. Using the implementation area, it acts as central project management hub. Facility standard, these we have discussed. Okay, this is the last slide. So this again talks about the stages through which the ALM or the Cloud ALM goes through. We have already discussed it, right? So just to it's more of a ALM and non-ALM, right? So if we are not having if you're not using a ALM tool, not necessarily a Cloud ALM, any other tool, so there will be lack of visibility. You will be using an Excel or SharePoint or anything to track your project, your activity. So there will be lack of communication and no visibility on the project, the actual status. If you have to get the actual status, you have to run around multiple teams, get the information from multiple sources, and then maybe put together, and then try to make sense of it, that where exactly we are standing in terms of the status of the project. So that Cloud ALM doesn't let it happen, right? Because everything is at one place, it keeps track of everything. So you, at any given point of time, you have to just go and check, and you'll have the current project status for you on the screen. Okay, so this is the main advantage. Okay, and again, rest are fine. Software test management with ALM, you can design code. You have test management. User experience is quite good with Cloud ALM. Okay, so this is open for public users. So I'll use this one also. You will also use this one. Okay. So we'll click Cloud ALM. So there are different user IDs available. As I said, the role. So they have administrator role, business process expert role, change manager, functional consultant manager, project manager, tester. Okay, they have different roles. Then operations. This is for implementation area. Operations, you have different roles, user IDs. Then for business transformation center, you have a role. So we'll be using the cross capability user. So this is the home page of Cloud ALM, and it could be that since this is the public the demo tenant. So this and it has all the. It could be that when you request, your screen could look a bit different, but a very minor thing. But this is more or less, this is 90-95%. Everyone will have the same view, right? So these are you have in SAP screens, you have help links, or so these are those kind of links. So we will be mainly focusing on this section, SAP Cloud ALM for implementation. So yeah, so Cloud ALM implementation. This is the this section is the one which we will be covering. But I'll just give you an overview of each, so that just for understanding. Okay, so this is the home page. Okay, so so business transformation center is nothing but as you can see, if again this is not part of this training. I'm just giving you an overview of this. Okay, so if you have a transformation, plan or project, so you can leverage these features to help them. And based on these features, there are consulting services available from SAP. So this is nothing but, you could say, SAP's way of trying to, maybe gain business, or because once you come here, it's very limited, right? The digital blueprints, these are also still very nascent stage, right? So if you have to actually use them, you'll have to take help from SAP. So in that way, you can, get your consulting services ordered from SAP. So, and then you can use it. Okay. As I mentioned, service, this is nothing but you can, there are some services like consulting services for Cloud ALM, and there are some, expert sessions or expert days, expert on demand, those kind of sessions are available, which you can access through it if you want, order. So those things you can just manage from here. Okay. So if you had a license, there will be another tab for Transcend Tosca, like for testing. So but you need a separate license for that to use it. To use the for automatic test, to integrate it with Cloud ALM and then use it. Okay. Okay. Administration is we can go through administration. So user management is nothing but when you're onboarding a person, right? So you can assign roles to them, right? Right. So that can be done from here. Okay. So I see. So you see, you can find the number. From here you can manage the users. What all users have what access, right? And you can provide them. Like you can see, Agatha has these many roles. Okay. So Agatha, the user which I have logged in. So these many roles, as I said, roles are more, like role based, the kind of role you'll play in a project. So those kind of roles have, based on those roles, they have created these roles. So you would just have to assign like change manager, deployment manager, cloud integration. So different sections, different roles have been assigned. Okay. Then for operations, different roles have been assigned. Okay. So this way you can manage. Obviously, we don't have access to, you can check the history. We don't have access to for user management, but from here you can manage your user management. And it is very easy to do, right? Because it's just you just have to give the user the email ID. Obviously, for the user to be onboarded into Cloud ALM, they have to be first, in the security takes, they have to be onboarded onto your Cloud ALM. And once their email ID is available, you can define the roles which you need to assign depending on the role the particular person, he or she, is supposed to play in the project. So you can do the user management. There is some talk where they will, again, it won't be custom, but like I think you've all heard of this Influence SAP initiative, where you can raise issues with SAP that this is a requirement which we want to have in any of the SAP functionalities. So there has been talk of where the roles which are currently available in Cloud ALM are very limited. Like, if you, like, let's suppose I'll give you an example that it's for change management, you can't have, separate, based on separate teams, So that is not there, but SAP is working on that. But right now, you can't create roles. There are no option to create the roles in Cloud ALM. Whatever roles are there, you'll have to just, again, there are, like, if you compare with SAP, like SAP, you have those, single rows, composite roles, SAP _ something, it will have view access, display access. SAP in Cloud ALM, that kind of concept is not there. It is more of a role is what? Change manager, process author. Change manager is one who can track changes. Process author is one who can create processes. So there are no, like, single composite or those kind of roles. That is not how they have defined the user. Again, I don't know the their thinking behind this, but it was just to minimize the effort maybe from there. Moving ahead, the SAP provides different external APIs. So from here you can manage them, create your own, and so it's they call it subscription. So you can create a subscription, like you can see, task to MS Teams, event situation to ServiceNow. So ServiceNow and MS Teams are inbuilt. Like you can integrate them directly with Cloud ALM. But for this, you have to build your own extension and kind of do a development work to use those APIs. These APIs are there which you can, it's plug and play. You have to create an endpoints, subscribe to the same API for MS Teams and ServiceNow, and then you can use them. For others, you have to create a webhook. As you can see, these are built in and these are externals. So here, here you can manage your APIs. Okay. Landscape management. So see, if you have to, because you're going to use Cloud ALM, so you'll have to connect all the systems to Cloud ALM, right? So that connection, there are you have to create connections from your system. Like it could be an S/4HANA system, or it could be a SAP Ariba success. So irrespective of anything, you have to create connections to your Cloud ALM, right? And here you can see all the systems which are connected to your Cloud ALM, right? You have a cloud connector, okay, and you can even BTP provides many services, so those services also can be integrated in Cloud ALM. There could be a service or something available on BTP as a software as a service. Those applications or services also you can integrate in Cloud ALM for monitoring purpose or for tracking purpose. So all those from a landscape management, you can manage it through landscape management, right? Let's suppose S/4HANA. So you create a setup, a connection from your S/4HANA system to Cloud ALM, right? So you have done that. So this is one-time activity. Once you have done it, you don't have to do it again. It's just you usually have to come here, maybe in terms if I say from implementation perspective. So you can say that you have created transports in your development system, but when you want to assign them to a feature in your Cloud ALM, you cannot see them. There is some issue, right? So then you have to come here and this is the expert portal for the implementation area, right? So here you can see which all the products are available. Okay, probably that I can check and let you know whether just to avoid thing. Okay, so here you can filter out your, let's suppose I just want to service is these which I was calling BTP or different service, right? So you have a S/4HANA system. So I was saying that you can come here and check whether everything is running fine or not. The status is active for dev system, right? So this development, production, or everything you can integrate. So this is more of a this is one-time activity, and you don't have to do anything here afterwards. But it's just that if as I said, there are some issues or there is some, so you can just come and check here whether whether the status is active, and the status active means right, because it's more of a pull and push, like data, whatever data is needed by Cloud ALM, it will ask from the system. So we just have to see if the status or that the connection is active or not. If it is active, then it is fine. If it is not, then maybe we have to go and check in the managed system if the connection is broken. Maybe something has changed, the URL has changed, some upgrade happened. So something or the other might happen. So we again have to reestablish the connection. Just rerun the setup. It's nothing but we we call it destinations. We create destinations from that managed system to Cloud ALM. Okay, through BTP, because Cloud ALM also, the underlying is BTP, and Cloud ALM the underlying structure or the architecture is based on BTP. It is also, Cloud ALM is also, you could say, a service provided through BTP. So everything comes through BTP. Even if you have to integrate any SuccessFactors, Ariba, or any SaaS product, it is more or like you have to have a create. I'm not going into detail of BTP, but you have to create a sub account. Cloud ALM will have a sub account, and then it will get you have to make connection, and then it will work. Right. So from a landscape perspective, you can manage, or you can come and see here whatever is there. So as I was saying, a configuration has to be done in a managed system. Means the connection or the destination you have to create in that system. See, this is a demo, like a public tenant. So I don't have that access in this system, right? This is a publicly available tenant. And even if we remove, I need access in that S4 HANA system to again recreate the configuration, right? Doing it in the managed system, there you give you the details of your Cloud ALM tenant, and then the connection will get created. What here we do is like, okay, I can show you that. So what here we do is once the system is there, now so let's suppose we go into integration exception monitoring. Okay. So you see, like this is a service, right? SAP Field Service Management transaction. So this is on, like we have activated the integration and exception monitoring for this field. So what we can do is once the system you have connected to your Cloud ALM, depending on your requirement, you can activate it, right? So this is this part we do from Cloud ALM, but the connection is done from managed system. It could be your S4 HANA on-prem, on cloud, and for any service that will be done from BTP. So, but here we can activate only the different scenarios which are available. Basis does it in most system, but it could be because it's a very small configuration. Basis, yeah, ideally Basis can do it, or if application team or can do it. But yeah, Basis will be in a better position to do it. Yeah, in the managed system. But for cloud solutions, like for SuccessFactors, Ariba, whatever needs to be in that, the application team can do, because it's a very small, quick setup, and they can run it, and then the connection will be established, and then they can integrate with Cloud ALM. But for S4 HANA, probably Basis can do it. Okay, so when you request for your Cloud ALM tenant, it will have a unique URL, right? You can name it like, let's suppose if you my ABC, like you can rename it to your, depending on your domain expert, right? So you will have a unique URL provided by SAP, and you can rename also. So once you have renamed it, will be unique. So then you can maintain it in your in the systems too, which you want to connect to your Cloud ALM. So you maintain the SID, client ID, and then you maintain the server for that particular. So that's how it. Similarly, when you're maintaining it for Cloud ALM, you will maintain the your specific Cloud ALM URL. Cloud ALM is still not mature, like it is not a mature product. There's still like things are coming into place. There are still many things in the roadmap which will eventually come. No, to give you an example, I think I mentioned that 1 sec. Operations is mainly for monitoring. So there are two set of monitoring: real user monitoring and synthetic user monitoring. So right now there is no alerting in this monitoring. So you would say, what is the use of a monitoring if we cannot, alert the respective teams through an email or a notification, right? Any monitoring tool should have that capability, right? But somehow right now SAP has not provided any alerting capability in real user and synthetic user monitoring. So that's what I'm saying. There is still developing the product. They're still adding features. And second thing is, so there would be something which will not be there, which should be there. Like a monitoring application should have an alerting feature, but it's not there. It's more of a dashboard has become. And second thing is that it's a SaaS product, right? It is, you access it It is maintained in the cloud SAP's data center. It's a SaaS product, so it provides very less level of customization. I would say, like, compared to it is as good as, like, there is very less, like as good as nothing. Very few customization at very few levels you can do. Like, as someone was asking about, user roles. Ideally, in any application you should have the capability to create your own, at least your custom roles or something like that for user management. But Cloud ALM does not have that feature. Probably they will bring it later on, but for now they don't have. You have to use whatever standard SAP provides, and that too are not. Those are like role based, not like separate different user. Like, you can to ABC, you can give this particular role 1, 2, 3. No, you have to give him or her a role based role, a change manager, tester, a test manager, project manager, in that way, right? So these are some of the limitations. But I think from the roadmap of what we have understood from going to different places and seminars of Cloud ALM. So the SAP planning is that by 2026 end is what they are planning, that whatever they have planned to bring into Cloud ALM, that will be more than mature enough to support all the customers, right? So they are still progressing. Like 2023, they made many changes. Then in 24 in roadmaps, there are many features to be added, right? So in that way, they are working. But again, there are some things which we have to live with, because still, again, it's not a mature. It's not like it's done and just you'll get updates. So these are the two, not limitation, but things we should keep in mind before using Cloud ALM, right? Any questions?
Ratan, assume that we are in greenfield implementation. Okay, we are implementing the COM.
Okay.
So what basic setup that we need to do interact with the S/4HANA?
The basic setup you obviously need to request for your Cloud ALM tenant, and you'll just have. So
that is that default that given by SAP, right? That will get it from. SAP. SAP will give you, but you have to. It will not come by default. You'll have to request. It is free of cost, but you'll have to request for it. That I need my Cloud ALM. No, that's good. That we requested. We got it from SAP. I mean, as a consultant, as a administrator.
After that, no. The only thing is you'll have to connect your S/4HANA system or your EC system to Cloud ALM, and there's just a small configuration, not a configuration, but the destination you have to create. There's a T code for that. You go into that T code. We need to do it in the S/4HANA system, not in Cloud ALM system. So maybe I'll show you some slides to give you how do we do it, like if there's a S/4HANA system or any other system for that matter. That will give you a better understanding. Probably me talking is not making much of sense, but once I show you, it will make sense. So these are the different tiles, right? So you can set them down. So we have these many tiles available. So overviews, I'll just go one by one each, maybe few, and then we'll go into detail. So overview is nothing but, as you can from the complete, like how many projects are there, you have created for each project, what is the status. So the complete overview for the complete implementation area of Cloud ALM, right? So you can see you have the different projects here. Okay. The scope. So each project, if I select, so there are multiple projects. Okay. So you can see the overall status of the project, right? Whether the project on track. So on track, it is on the time boxing or the timelines you have maintained. Based on that, the project status is maintained, right? So overdue by 235 days, and the prepare phase current phase is prepare, ends on June 23. So these will come in the time boxing, which we'll see later. Again, the project task by the realize phase, the task completion, overdue task. So all this will come in the overview. Okay. So even text execution, again, you can manage these cards, like what all cards you want to see here, right? So this maybe this level of customization you can, if you don't want to see the projects or you don't want to see the task distribution, so you can just switch it off and then go ahead. Okay. And again, from overview, you can navigate to all other styles, the project and setup, the task, the scoping, manage scopes, the processes, the business processes which you have. Process authoring is nothing but if you want to create your own processes. Okay. So here in the project setup, you create your projects, right? Depending on your requirement, what kind of project you want. So I was saying, we'll go into detail in project setup. I'm just giving a small quick overview for all the tiles before go ahead and deep. So as I was talking about time boxes, you can assign teams to a particular project lead and all will be the different, right? Then you can define the scope, okay? Deployment landscape, okay. Let me show you document. So this is what I was talking about, that SAP has recently, incorporated documentation in Cloud ALM, where you can upload documents. Earlier it was not there. So here you can see all the documents. I don't know if there are any documents or not. So there is a document. Okay. So it's default. So then we have test preparation, test plans, test execution, defects, right? So test execution is basically for the tester, like they can come and see to execute the test from here. As I said, Cloud ALM just supports manual for now. For automated, you have to integrate with Test or any other third-party testing tool. But for manual, it's completely there in Cloud ALM. Manual test cases, defects. Okay. So you can you can choose your projects, and then depending on your project, what are the defects open, you can see here and manage them. Okay. What else I can show you? Yeah, features. So features is the main thing, like the development will get tracked through features, right? So it has different features in implementation, in testing, right? Hand over to test. So similar to if some of you have worked with solution manager, change management, so the same kind of workflow is there, but not that enhanced. But again, it has different statuses which we can work on, right? Okay. So as I think someone was asking, so from a feature you can create a user story, and there in that feature you can create map or task test case, so that linkage could be there, right? So there are different linkages which SAP provides, right? Like from feature you can create a user story, a project task, a transport, right? You can create a transport directly from a feature also in the managed system, like in an S/4HANA system, right? And so that is there. Okay. So probably I think we can start with project, creating a project. Okay. SAP Cloud ALM for implementation, that tab, and under it projects and setup. So we'll create a simple project, okay, to start with. Okay, so this is the create button. You can see Okay. You create, you project. Probably we can give. Maybe you can use your initials and just give today's date. Okay. Okay, maybe we can follow the same. You can give any name, but we can follow the same. Okay. Okay. So once you have given the project name, so now the SAP activate methodology, right? So these are the, I don't know, maybe some of you might have worked with SAP activate already, where maybe when we were using in Solution Manager, you had to import it, like export and import it in Solution Manager and Solution Documentation, and then, create the business process hierarchy. Here it is nothing like that. It is pre-integrated, I could say. So depending on your requirement, S/4HANA Public Cloud Edition 3-system landscape, implementation or an upgrade or a 2-system landscape, or depending on whichever, right? Whichever is your requirement, right? So we'll choose S/4HANA on-prem new implementation, okay? So we have chosen, okay? Now the access level. So access level is nothing but, like who can, view and make changes, right? So if it is public, any user who has access to this Cloud ALM can make changes. Restricted is only project members can make changes, right? Any user with display authorization can view the object. Private is
which roadmap which you selected?
Yeah, S/4HANA. S/4HANA on-prem new implementation, just for demo purpose. So S/4HANA on-prem new implementation I have chosen. For S/4HANA, mostly it covers more or less every possible scenario. Then now for success factor, for Ariba, Fieldglass, Concur, it is there. This is the access level: restricted, public, private. So we can go with public. Okay. So this is for S/4HANA, the central configuration. That scenario you can do it, but it is not very enhanced right now. And anyways, we are using the roadmap for on-prem. Okay. So this is it. You can say, okay, now coming to the time box. Access level is like public is like anyone who has access to this cloud, your cloud tenant can make changes to project, Restricted is only the team members who are assigned to this project will be able to make changes, and any others can view it, but no one can make changes. And private is nothing but only the team members can make changes and view. No one else outside the team members will be able to view the changes. Or you can go for restricted. Private is not recommended because then it could be that some users you added, but you don't add them to projects, so then it becomes an overhead to add them again. So you can go with public or restricted. So because anyways, whoever is getting access to your Cloud ALM is supposed to work on the project, so you can go with public as well. Integration scenario is for the S/4HANA Cloud. You have that the CBC, right? The Central Business Configuration. So this is a very new feature recently added. So, but maybe I can show you this. I don't know if it is still active or not. So it is not still active. They have given it, but probably on the demo system they have not allowed it yet. So it is like when you are, any cloud edition of S/4HANA, then you can choose the BCP, and from there you can again manage those configuration tasks which you can do in your SAP CBC for your S/4HANA cloud. You can control them or manage them from Cloud ALM itself. Again, because it will have also like there will be some activities. So those activities or tasks you can map, track from here. So for that purpose. So, but in the demo system, they are not allowing it, you see. So probably in the demo system, they'll allow, because the demo system gets every month they, do the changes. So probably maybe after some time, it will come up. Okay. See, again, it depends. Let's suppose, it could be that there are multiple projects running. There is an S/4HANA implementation. There's a success factor. There could be a customer who is moving completely. It wants to move everything to cloud or to S/4HANA or to cloud solution, right? They have an HR system. They want to move it to success factor. So that would be a separate project. They have a EC system. They are moving to S/4HANA cloud. That could be a separate project. So there could be, you can have separate projects depending on your requirement on your project, and you can have the same project, and always, as you said, you can have different phases. You can time box. You can create time box. You can create sprints. You can create milestones. Okay, depending on your requirement. Okay, and these are changeable. It's not like you create it, you do it right now, and you can't make changes. It's just to start with. Maybe you can start with placeholders, right? Because obviously when you are creating the project, you're starting the project, you have a plan, or you don't know, the prepare phase itself, maybe don't know how much time it will take to onboard everyone. Then the explore phase, how much time the workshops will take, depending on the requirement, depending on the business people availability or the client. So these are again optional. If you want to use them, you can use them. If you don't want to, there's no you don't have to give any dates. You can do it. Obviously, it's better if you do it. So there's, in a way, you can track. Okay, that phase wise you can track your things. So these are more enhancements or add-ons, right? So this is just the starting phase, just a skeletal or container you're creating for all the other main activities you're going to do in the system, right? So in that way, it has helped. Like maybe first step. Oh, sorry. Maybe then. So like that, you can give your, you can time box the different phases you want, right? And again, you can come and again always change it. These are not hard coded or on something. It depends on the how your project is evolving or how your requirements or how there could be a delay in some of the phases. There could be a delay, so you can come and change. And it's not like it just helps you in the way that. No, there will be some tasks or there will be some activities which are supposed to get completed in prepare phase, right? Onboarding of team, creating the team, managing the team, getting everyone right. So those tasks, so you can track that. Okay, for if I have a timeline, I have given like 60 days or 75 days or this. So in that way, you can track. Okay, what is the percentage completion in terms of days spent or days remaining, right? And the task percentage completed. So in that way, you can use it. So it could be for better reporting or better management or better, view of the project from a higher level. You can say that. Okay. Clear? Any doubt here?
Can those dates be overlapped, or do we get an error?
It could be. No, there's no. As I said, these are not like we can have overlap.
Oh.
Because usually what happens is like these will overlap, right? There could be like in Explorer, there could be that for some modules, the workshops are completed, you have the requirement, and you can start with the development in your realize phase, so that you can it can run parallel, like it can overlap as well. As I say, these are like not hard, like these are like guiding
guidance, not something you have. It's more of a help guidance or something, like, okay, I have these many dates, or in those sense. It's not like hard coded, you have to follow them and it will be hard coded, and project will obviously it will track and it will maybe show you red that, okay, your prepare phase is red, that you only 10 days are left and still there are many tasks left, something in that order. But obviously it's not like it will have you can always like play around with that. If you need extra days, you can always come and change it. So there's nothing hard and fast in this. Okay. I'll just put some dates. If I'm, I hope you people are following me and trying to do the same what I'm doing. Because another thing with this Cloud ALM is that the UI also keeps changing. Like some earlier the UI, even for me, like now I'm familiar, but they keep on changing the UI. They keep on changing so something or the other keeps changing, right? Because it's a cloud solution, they keep on changing at the back end. Someday I think I did show you it one. Maybe 1 sec. Usually you'll get this pop-up. Usually you'll get a pop-up that updates have been updated. There have been updates while you were gone, like last time you did something on that line. Also, you can create your own, custom phase, right? Means, you could have a you want to have a, maybe hypercare, right? You can have a hypercare, right? You want a hypercare phase, right? So you can have it. So this possibility is there that you can create your own. Also, if you don't want some of the way that it is becoming too many cumbersome. Okay, maybe I don't want. So you can deactivate it, right? You can assign tasks or requirements to this. Okay. So it all depends on how you want to go with it, right? Obviously, if there are some tasks left, either you maybe move those tasks to explore phase. If you're using, see again, these are like logical containers or logical boundaries. It's not nothing hard and fast. Okay, so if you want, but because it's just for the for the tracking purpose, for the current status, so that we are on track, to understand we are on track. So it would always be better that if you think these tasks are yet not done and these are part of prepare, you extend your prepare phase, and obviously it can overlap. So you can extend and your explore phase can continue in that way, right? And you can create again like let's suppose you can also have it that you want your prepare phase or explore phase maybe divided into 2 sections, right? Maybe then you can create your own another phase where you can name it as prepare 2, right? Just for that. So any task which is assigned to that phase, that will follow the time boxing of that particular phase. So maybe if that could be an option. Let's suppose you have got a new task. Maybe you can create a new phase 2, or you can intermediary or something on that line. You can call it, and then you can assign those tasks or get those tasks created during that phase. You can create a task, but when you create a task, there is an option if you want to assign it to a phase. So you will not be able to assign it to that phase if that phase is already time boxed in 31st March, right? Okay, so now again, before sprints, I'll just quickly milestones. Again, you can create the milestones, right? What is the planned go live date? What is the actual go live date? Kickoff. You can again create your own milestones, right? So depending on your requirement, you can use it. You don't want to use it, no problem. Okay, so that's fine. So maybe kickoff we'll do as when is planned go live is. Now the actual go live is actually when it happens, and then your milestones kickoff. Hypercare we can give a date.
So like this, you can, and you have to save it. Okay, sorry, you should keep on saving. So I have saved this. Okay. I'll just. You also just everyone save once so that you don't lose your work. Okay. Okay. Now also. After now sprints is nothing, means most of you know. So if you want to have a sprints, you depending how do you want, you can create a sprints for your own, right? And you can enter date range, right? So usually you sprint 1, maybe 4 weeks sprint will go. Okay. So this is like the sprint is open, right? You can close it. So closed means task will not be assigned, right? You will have in your phases different tasks. If you want to do it and you follow the sprint, then you can assign a particular task to particular sprints. You can have 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks sprint, depending how you are planning to run it, right? So again, sprints are nothing again to track it, right? So you can create multiple sprints. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. In SAP Cloud ALM, what is the primary objective of the change control process? Option A, to manage the release cycle. Option B, to control and track changes made to software artifacts. Option C, to perform testing activities. Option D, to gather and document requirements. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Ready to master SAP Cloud ALM? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will dive into SAP Cloud ALM. It's like a handy toolbox for managing supplies, ensuring we have enough, and getting them where they need to be. Our experts have crafted a comprehensive curriculum covering everything from the basics to advanced techniques. You are learning from the best in the field. Your teachers are seasoned professionals, dedicated to helping you succeed and answering all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly helpful. Best part, it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP Cloud ALM skills? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website. Sign up today and kickstart your journey to becoming a SAP Cloud ALM Pro.
Okay, so I think most of you know or are aware, at least I've heard of you, if I've not used the SAP Activate Roadmap, right? So this is a view of the SAP Activate Roadmap viewer. So roadmap is nothing but SAP provides for different. We have talked this earlier also, but just I'll briefly again explain. So roadmap, SAP roadmap is nothing but for your different implementation scenarios. SAP gives you predefined or preset standard practices, which SAP thinks are the standard based on SAP best principles, right? So you can go to the roadmap viewer and you can access the roadmaps depending on your requirement, whether it's an S4HANA implementation or S4HANA like on-prem or cloud, private or public edition. And again, like it is a 3-tier landscape you want to build or a 2-tier. Or again, for I think there are roadmaps available for the other different products as well, like Ariba, Concur, SuccessFactor, Ariba and SuccessFactor. It's there. Okay. So I'm just. So if you see, like we have to take an example, like SAP Activate was SAP S4HANA Cloud Public Edition. No. So this you can use, this roadmap you can use if you want to implement an S4HANA cloud public application for 3-system landscape, right? If you're implementing or the project which is scheduled to start and you're part of that, if that is for a S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition or a Cloud Private Edition, so you can use SAP from the roadmap. You can use the roadmap. Rise with SAP roadmaps are also available. Most of you know Rise with SAP. So that is there. That option or scenario is also available in case you want your implementation is with the Rise with SAP contract with SAP. So that roadmap is also there. The SAP Activate, all the scenarios which are available in the SAP Activate roadmap on the SAP Activate, they cover all the 6 phases. They'll cover all the 6 phases of your project implementation, right? Starting from discovery to prepare to explore, realize, deploy, and run phase, right? It gives you the tools, or as I keep on saying, the skeleton for each of them. There will be tasks, whatever tasks are supposed to run in discovery phase or prepare phase. All of those are available in these roadmaps. Like it's not like it's only it's not like only in the discovery or the preparation phase the roadmaps has the related task or setup. It covers all the 6 phases for the implementation. You may have 6 phases, you may have 4 phases, more or less in broad. If we talk in broad sense, during your discovery, when you're scoping the project, in that phase, SAP Activate will help you. When you're preparing, you're having workshops and getting everything onboarded, then SAP Activate will have corresponding setup and features. When you're exploring, having workshops with the business to understand the final requirement, the workflow, in that also during fit to standard workshops, SAP Activate will provide you the features, functionality, I would say tools, or support to help you in that phase, right? So and obviously in realize phase, when it helps you, and obviously in development when you're activating the scope and configure. Also, if you're trying to build extensions and with now with cloud solutions, there are many integrations available in the system. Like we will have multiple cloud solutions being integrated with your primary system. It could be S/4HANA on-prem or S/4HANA cloud solution. So even the integration part, which is not necessarily when we talk about the development which is going to happen, but the integration also is a very crucial part of the whole setup, right? Unless you have the integrations in place, and because there would be some development happening in your even in your cloud solutions, in SuccessFactors, IBP, analytics, DataSphere, and then you need to integrate those things with your main systems, or there has to be cross integration. So for all these also, the roadmap has the necessary steps, features available. Also, in case you are doing a brownfield implementation of that, where you are doing maybe a complete migration of data or selective migration of data. So for that work or that piece of the project also, SAP roadmap has that, helps you with that, because it's not like everyone is doing a greenfield implementation. There are projects where you have to move data, or it's from legacy system to S/4HANA system, or ECC to S/4. So you need the migration happens. So that for that migration of data also, it helps in the Activate process has the steps. Again, coming to final, once you have done everything, you will have to go into testing, right? So all the testing iterations could be doing your unit testing in development, then your integration testing in quality, user acceptance testing, regression testing, performance testing, So whatever kind of testings you want to do, maybe you want to do a multiple UAT, let's say UAT 1, 2, before you actually move to production, or before you move to production, you want to do a regression testing or a performance testing on your quality of pre-port, depending whether you have a 3 system landscape or 4 system landscape. So all the testing iterations, more or less, SAP Activate has that. The roadmap has those features or steps to help you in that. Okay. Then finally, when you are deploying, so once you are deploying, the release management helps through your release management. It has, and you have to, like, when you are releasing the system, you have to onboard users. Like from project team, it will move to run team. Business users have to be onboarded. So everything that is part of the roadmap, you know. And finally, when you are in run maintenance, that there also run maintenance phase. There also it helps you where you can, you know, operate. It supports the run life cycle completely. Whatever changes you want to do, there also it helps you with your setup and task. Okay, clear? This is what we have talked about, right? So there is a like a digital discovery assessment in the discovery phase as initially, you know, to this is basically for your cloud deployment, right? Because SAP is focusing mostly on cloud. So there's an assessment where you can help the customer identify, you know, what best combination of cloud solutions will fit to their requirement, because they could be non-legacy systems or some other third-party systems, and you probably would want them to be on SAP. All the modules should run from an SAP application, right? In that way, that in discovery phase has that assessment part as well, right? So again, prepare you are just, you know, you're starting with the planning, preparation, onboarding the project team, you know, having the proper accesses for all the systems. So so these tasks can be like these tasks are already there in the SAP Activate roadmap, which you can just, once you integrate them, they will be there, and you just have to like you don't have to like create them. It's as simple as that. These tasks which you can think of when you're, you know, in your prepare phase, with the planning, with the preparation, access, those tasks will be there, and you can just do your work and just keep updating the tasks, and you will have a complete status, or, you know, an update of the status of the project, where it is standing. Right? It's just that you don't miss anything, right? It could be like you are heavily into, you know, planning and project, and somehow you miss that. Okay, the system accesses were not, because sometimes it takes a lot of time, right? The system accesses. So it's like that. It gives the tasks are related like that. By the time the users or the project team is supposed to start work with at least with the workshop, they should have access to the systems. So that planning, that task or that setup is already there in these roadmaps. You just have to use them, right? Again, into explore phase, again, you will do fit to standard analysis workshop, fit to gap analysis workshop, okay, between your team and the customer team, okay. And depending whether they have a predefined business process which they want to replicate as is in the new system, or they are open for customization, or they're open for some other workflow. So in those things, obviously SAP will provide you the standard, processes which is there. So how much of a customization is based, whether that standard workflow works for the customer's requirement or not. So that you can, document there, and how much, and even if it's customization is required, how much customization to what level. So everything there you can, modify the already existing task or processes, right? So you don't have to again create anything from the starting in that way. So realize again, you will have, based on these workshops, you will start your development and integrating the different systems. It could be you have, mostly we have an IBP system, IBP for HR success factor, travel expense Concur. People are using Ariba for forecasting and planning. So all of these will be integrated with your S/4HANA system, right? So that integration development, again, you will have development in each of these application based on the based on the results or the requirement gathered through the explore phase and the scoping what you have done. Okay. And after they realize they will help the activate roadmap will have the the necessary steps, tools to help you with the deployment, and finally with the run. So when you in the run, as I said, the SAP Activate has those tests. Plus, we can leverage the SAP Cloud ALM operations section to set up monitoring and all the operations part. We can set up some kind of automation as well for some of the tasks, right? That is there. But mostly, like in run, you can set up monitoring through SAP Cloud ALM, where you can have like you have a CPI system. You can have integration exception monitoring. You can monitor the workflows. Then let's suppose you have you are a consumer, maybe an internet-facing business. But what I mean from them that your products, the particular customer, the products are being bought or accessed through multiple, worldwide through internet, right? So then maybe we can use synthetic user monitoring, where it is nothing but we can monitor that from each of the geographical locations where the presence is more, how the applications are getting access. Is there any slowness, or is there any availability issue, performance issue, right? This is very helpful when you have these sales day, big billion day sale, Black Friday, Singles Day in China. So at that point of time, when there are a huge number of I'm just talking about internet facing businesses to take an example. So there it could be like maybe let's take an example of India, where a big billion day sale is happening for Flipkart, and orders are getting placed from everywhere. But there is so if you have like through synthetic user monitoring, maybe you can have different servers installed at maybe in multiple locations or multiple geographical location within India. And so as soon as there is an issue, maybe from a particular location, you will be able to find out before the customer escalates it, or you see the customers are not able to place records, or there are payment failures of that kind. So maybe so synthetic user monitoring helps in that. Like you can synthetically you are monitoring whether how the user is experience your internet facing application. So that is one helpful feature which helps in in the run phase. SAP Active provides guidance or support for your end-to-end implementation for SAP solutions. So SAP Cloud ALM, because you can integrate directly the SAP Activate roadmaps in Cloud ALM, so Cloud ALM becomes a very a great tool to use, because you don't have to do anything. You just integrate, and then Cloud ALM will create within Cloud ALM, everything will come up. It's not like Activate roadmap you download, an Excel opens and then you have to do. It's not like when you integrate it with the Cloud ALM and the Activate roadmaps, everything will get pre-populated. Obviously, it is not like it would 100% suit your requirement, but it could be that even if, let's suppose, at worst case scenario, even it suits your 30 to 40%, that's a big number. Like at least your effort reduces at least by 30 to 40%, right? It could be, in many cases I've seen it use like 60 to 70%. That the only part where people have to work is more on the again, how some of the main work business processes workflow which customers have their predefined with, if they're coming again from their legacy system and they don't want to touch. Like right now, what SAP is trying, and even you might have like clean core, like as much as possible be closer to the SAP standard, right? Keep the clean core, don't go too much into a customization. So again, this is all because and if you are because see, everything is on cloud now, right? SAP is going to give you updates regularly on the cloud. You don't have control on the underlying infrastructure or that. So as much as you are closer to the standard, so as much as that when SAP provides updates, nothing breaks for you, right? That's why SAP so much focusing on keeping the clean core. You must have heard S/4HANA clean core, right? You keep the clean core is like nothing but keep as close as possible to the standard. And the SAP provides in S/4HANA Cloud Edition, right? So obviously SAP doesn't sell it like this, but that is the underlying, thought. That otherwise, if you are like people have too many customization, and it is okay because SAP is not saying you can't do it. So customers will have it, but when SAP provides next level, next generation updates, it could be that your customization might not work with it, right? So SAP has to work a bit more to make sure that it works with every customization, which is what SAP is not trying, doesn't want to do, right? In that way, right? Just a side topic. Okay. So again, I think we have covered this. Okay. So yeah. So in Cloud ALM, you can just go and select, for in the SAP Activate roadmap here, you can go and select, the roadmaps available. And then, okay. So, one sec. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is the screen. Okay. One sec. I'll just expand it a bit. And this is good. So this is just an example to show you that all the the SAP tasks which come with SAP Activate or the mappings. So those are very related to the Cloud ALM different tiles we have. So it means it is integrated to cloud. It is not like okay, just they have given okay, everything will get downloaded into Cloud ALM. Fine, one place we can sell it like that. It's not like they have actually integrated it very smoothly. That all the different activities in SAP Cloud in the Activate roadmap are actually mapped to different sections or different tiles or different functionality which are available under Cloud ALM implementation, right? So like you can say like assign resource and refine project tasking. So this is one of the tasks which comes with SAP roadmap, right? So it is if you see it is a correlated to the project and setup. In the project and setup, you are going to assign resource, refine your project task in Cloud. Assign resource is like creating the team, right? So it is mapped to that project and setup, right? And then if you create task, so the task will be in the task tile, right? So it is like it is like correlated. It's not like they have just haphazardly put everything in. Okay, then you know it is integrated. Maybe somewhere it's a direct relation. Maybe somewhere it's a loosely coupled relation, but there is a relation, right? Then determine process scope, right? So it is nothing but manage scope. Like in Cloud ALM, we'll come to that when we do the demo. So when you have to define these the scope, right? The process, which all processes are part of your scope, right? Or part of implementation. There are 100 processors under maybe or different modules, but you're not going to use all the processes. Customer doesn't have that requirement, right? So you have to define the scope. So you have to determine the process scope, like which processes are in the scope. So that you do it from manage scope and processes. Okay. So in manage scope, you define which all processes will be part of this implementation, and processes you define the processes. Plus, if you have to, if there's a custom process you want, or in the standard process you want to do something, right? In that way, right? Then again, like set up, CBC for S/4HANA Cloud. We have with CBC app, right? CBC. So that integration, that setup, that integration, or that task in project landscape, you can do that, right? Like in project landscape, you're going to set up, right? What in the project, what so CBC, you like if you're using S/4HANA implementation, you can use CBC, the CBC integration, right? And that will part of, because in the project landscape, CBC will also be a part, right? So there you can define it. So like that, different tasks which are there in the different phases, prepare, realize, explore phase. You can determine. You can see it's correlated with the different tiles in the Cloud ALM. Okay. Okay, this is again in that was for prepare again. So explore phase, right? So direct and manage project execution. So there is a task, right? So that is core analytics. Like through analytics, you can see now what is the project execution state, right? Okay. Then fit to standard analysis documentation. So these are the document analysis. So these are all in requirement, right? Because you will once you have your workshops, then you'll have to record things. So SAP provides in Cloud ALM there are different places you can. Obviously, first would be requirement where you can create your requirement based on your outcome of the workshop. Then there's feature. Feature is nothing but to develop that requirement, you need a feature, so you can record it there as well. Plus notes is something like notes, like if you want to make some notes, you can create those notes, like a how do I put it, like as in normal general terms we use notes, right? You keep a sticky note on your laptop or on your laptop desktop homepage, or you keep a diary, you keep taking notes, right? Like right now maybe you are taking notes when I'm giving this session. Similarly, there could be something that you don't know where to keep it, right? So there's a note, you can create notes in that. Maybe it is not related to requirement, nothing technical, but just have a more understanding, or maybe for later use you can create notes, and notes you can again link to your requirement or features for that matter, right? Okay, again, so process authoring is nothing but if you want to create your own process. So it could be that there's a during the workshop you see there is a requirement which cannot be fulfilled by the standard processes. So then you have to take help from the process authoring, create your own process. Again, the process, when you're creating the process, obviously you can take it could be based on a standard process, and so that it get pre-populated, and then you can modify it depending on your requirement. Okay. Again, in the realize phase, again, you can manage the status of the project through the overview or the analytics phase, right? Then I think we had I had shown this, like you can plan sprints. In the project setup, you can plan sprints. So you see in all the phases, there are some steps or the other which are related, related to or are linked to the tiles which are there, or the options or the functionality which are there, or the different tiles which are there in the Cloud ALM, right? So it is not like segregated, it is very much integrated, right? And different, and it's not like you have, the project setup is only required during when you're first setting it up, right? As I said, you can always go back when we are creating a project, you can always go back and create a project, right? Or modify the project, sorry, not create it, but you can modify your changes, right? Obviously the start date you cannot modify, you have already started, but different phases or the milestones or those things, right? Again, for testing, okay. So again, for testing, you can for test preparation you have test preparation, test execution, then defects, right? So all these are like when when you're doing testing, you will start with test preparation, then you have to execute, then if there are execution errors or there is test failure, you will create defects. So everything is kind of integrated with the different areas of Cloud ALM. So this is a small overview of the project setup, right? So so first thing obviously is to start with the SAP Cloud ALM onboarding. Then then you create a name and a project, and create and give a name to the project. It will be done by the project lead, project manager, right? You select the task template, like task template, or you select the scenario or the activate roadmaps, whichever you write. Then you maintain time boxes. Then you add project members. So project members is like you create the teams and then add different members to the different teams. And then when you have given you have added the project members, you have to give them role, like maybe based on a team will have a lead and different people working under the lead. So you can give different roles to different teams, right? Again, connect to SAP CBC integration is optional. If you are using it, if you don't want to use it, it's optional. And so this, and once once you have added the project manager milestones and sprints, so that is then like your project setup is completed, right? That is this to start with the starting point of setting, starting with your project implementation in Cloud ALM is like you set up your project. I think I had used this earlier. So like the project is nothing but a container, logical container, which helps in reporting and managing information, so that you can, within a project, you have different things. So when you go to the overview page of the project, you see everything under it, right? So it's more of a container. Okay, in this project, how many user stories are there? How many test cases are there? In what phase is it currently? In prepare phase or realize phase or explore phase, right? So again, you can create multiple projects and you can run multiple projects. As I said, those dates or times are not like hard coded. You can always change them, and always also a project can there could be parallel projects. There could be a project separate for S/4HANA for SuccessFactors, or you can have sub projects as well, right? Main project, sub project, that concept also you can have. So you can run multiple projects. You can run multiple projects parallelly. There is no like constraint or limit to that as such, right? Access level, I think we had discussed this yesterday, so we'll just write. So public is that anyone who has access to your Cloud ALM, in which you're working Cloud ALM tenant you have created. So it could be, right? The SAP Cloud ALM is you have a single tenant across the organization, and it could be that there are different projects, different teams, different SI partners, or different, even customer has their own projects running, their IT is running some project, and there are different, so all can run in parallel. So that's what. So public is like anyone can view, anyone can view with sufficient authorization, right? All the projects, right? So that is public. Restricted is that only read access only to non-project members. Project members will have access, but non-project members, if they have at least those proper, then they will be able to at least view it. Nothing, they can't edit it or change it. Private is that only the project to which when you define the project, you define the project team, right? The project members who are assigned to that project, those will only have edit and read access. No one else can have read or write access. So it depends on your access. So probably we should ideally we go with public or restricted. Private becomes cumbersome because you add new members, or there are people who are coming, they want them not part of the project team, but there is something they want to look at, right? So in that way, again, it depends. As you work, you will come to know which is the better suited access level for your projects. Okay. If you want to add a user, you have to like onboard them in Cloud ALM user management, right? Right. Again, it depends on how there are different user access management you can do, right? Either because most customers do the onboarding from BTP, right? They don't onboard in Cloud ALM directly. Only the role assignment happens in Cloud ALM, but the onboarding happens in BTP. Let's suppose a new user comes, ABC, you want to give them access to Cloud ALM, so they will be onboarded like in BTP. Their ID will create and they will be given access to Cloud ALM. So they will have access to Cloud ALM. Now the roles which you want to assign to them, those roles you have to come to Cloud ALM user management. I showed you yesterday. There you have to give them the roles which you required. In the PMO team, okay, you can add if you want to create a new team, right? Then you have to go to. So let's suppose I want to add. So this you can assign PMO team. You can assign different people now to your project, right? Under PMO team, right? Okay, by roles or by user also, only user. Okay, so that you can do. So for now we have added Jack. We'll add another. Okay, so this is the project team. So you can use different users to your team. So this is one team which is created. Okay, you can save it. Okay,
Now, if you have to, what is getting saved? Okay. Now, let's suppose you want to, create another team. Okay, so we go to teams. Okay, and create. So maybe we'll create this team. Okay. Enter unit. Okay. That's fine. So testing thing, right? So you can save it. Okay. So we have created a testing, right? So now if you want to add roles, so here like you can have roles like tool expert, tool lead, analytics, right? Or just users, right? And you can create. You have to enter role name, right? So you can see these roles are auto pop, like these SAP gives. So in Cloud ALM you get it. So you can use them. Okay. Sorry, I think I have gone too fast. Now on the left hand side, you have to click on this teams option. Then you'll be able to create a team. You can, in the existing team you can make, but to create a new team, you have to come here on these three dots. Click on create. Okay. So we'll create maybe, you can give functional team. Functional team. Okay. Now either you can these are the the roles available in so many roles available. Okay. So you can give by roles, just give the username here. Okay. ALM tool expert. Okay. This is one aspect, or you can give it. It's the same thing that has already come. Maybe you want to add another user. No sub teams. Maybe we can try. I have also not done that. Okay, let's suppose in test team we open and we edit. Okay. No, I don't think under that project only, but I think. Okay. Fine. So we'll create another preference objection. Technical team. So just keep saving, okay? See, this is available over internet, so you can also try out if you can do anything. You can make different mistakes, changes, whatever. That is fine. So you can play around with it. It is publicly available. Last is not last.
So deployment in the sense like you have to know in the project virtual systems are from a deployment perspective, right? Like deployment as like um, the transports or the features which you will be created, right? So you have to define which all systems will be part of the deployment, right? So as I said, S/4HANA it supports the change movement or the change management. It supports for S/4HANA. So it supports S/4HANA for ECC ABAP system also. It supports. So here you have to choose the systems. Okay. So these are different systems. Maybe we'll choose one. Okay. So this is one sec. Let me choose something. S/4HANA, right? So for now, save it. Okay, so so this is like on the deployment, the change management for which product will be part of this project for deployment. So that you have to. It doesn't mean that this is the only system. What I'm trying to say is like the transport management, right? That is only available for ABAP or S/4HANA system. So you'll have an S/4HANA ABAP system. So that you choose it here. Okay, system groups. Okay, clear? You can choose anything for now because we are testing. Okay. Okay. So scopes, yeah. Okay. So scope is nothing but in your project, right? What are the business processes? What are the modules, sub modules which will be part of this project? So here we do the scoping, right? Okay. So we can create. So one sec. Okay. So see, if you see, so these are the SAP standard best practices available, right? You can use all of them. Yeah. Okay. See, there are huge list of standard practices or the processes available which you can use, right? So let's suppose. See, acquire to decommission, idea to market, lead to cash, master data. Okay. So it doesn't mean that you cannot create your own. You can create. So if you want in that scope, that it could be that it could be that you're only using, no, you're not going to use standard, right? You are going to use a custom. So for that, you'll have to I'll give a scope. So maybe I'll give finance. Okay. So maybe in finance, you want that, to start with. Again, you might not, so it's better you can keep it. Again, you can change the scope later. It's not again hard and fast. So custom is nothing but if you know that if you will be creating custom processes or, you'll be going with not with the standard, but custom also. Also, it could be that you will be using a mix of custom and, standard, right? So if you come here, so you see SAP best practice for S/4HANA Cloud for public sector. SAP best practice for S/4HANA Cloud public editions, right? So you have the best practice even for the complete system, not only for any modular answers, right? For success factor, you have SAP Cloud. Okay. So after S/4HANA, success factor is the most popular application term that is what SAP has provided, many options after S/4HANA. Okay. Again, it depends on your, project requirement. Again, it is not hard coded, but obviously scope you would have, when you are starting the project, you must have, the SOW and everything contract has been there. So, more or less at least
the broader scope, right? So from there you can come and make your scopes, right? So this I have a description. Maybe I'll just finance scoping. Okay, I'll just save it. After the version of the solution cannot be changed, the for example version will be used. Okay, fine. Okay. So this we have created. Okay. You can create again multiple scopes, right? It is not like you can only create one scope for that matter. Okay. I'll just wait here. Others are able to create a scope. This is just again like helping or a guidance, right? It just will let you know. No, okay, I can, like, when you're doing scoping or when you're into the realize or prepare phase, maybe from there only you can go to the access, see, okay, what is there, right? It's not like it would not just for help or guidance. It probably might not. These accelerators, these are accelerators, right? It's not going to create something for you, but it will help you in creating or taking this forward, right? So scopes is fine. We'll create another scope. Okay, version of the solution scenarios and not. Okay, confirm. Okay. Fine. General information solution. So we have created 2 scenarios. Okay. You were asking, you can delete it. See, if you have created a scope, go and delete. Again, you, like, if you're doing it initially, then there won't be any related task or features or any artifacts related to it. But in case you are in between or you've already started with the project, we will have associated, because once you have done this scoping, you will then go to process, process scoping, which all process will be part of it. So then then you'll have to completely, then you might not be able to delete, or you have to remove everything, or it will get deleted along with it, right? See, deployment landscape is maybe one of the it is for the feature. We'll come to that, like for the how do you deploy the changes, right? So, and in which system or which landscape the changes are to be deployed. In that sense, this is where we define that, right? Because when you're going to move your transports, which you're going to create a feature, assign a transport, so which is the development system. So this is where we define that this is the system. This is the landscape, development, quality, prod. So this is where we define it. The deployment landscape. Scoping is something like what all what all modules will be part of your scoping. You can have multiple scoping in your project. You can have separate scope for your success factor, a separate scope, or you can have a separate project itself of success factor, or you can have a separate scope for module. You can have a separate scope for separate modules, or you can have it in between. That is because from scoping you'll have to again go to process authoring or the process scoping, like which within that again what processes you're going to use. You're not going to use all the processes, right? Because you are going to connect all the systems, so that Cloud ALM will understand it, which all the systems. That will come to know when we are doing feature, and that will get more clear. Because in you'll have to define like in which system it's there, right? The development, which system is development. So that will come once. Now the next part is like, now you have defined the scope, you have chosen which one. Now the process scoping, like this is the like I have chosen best practice for HANA Cloud Edition. So everything will come, but you might probably you're not going to use all the everything, right? So there we have to do the next step would be process scoping. Okay. So if we click on process scoping, so now you see for S4HANA public edition, there are 1846 standard done your workshop it to standard workshop with the customer. You have the list. Otherwise, this is not possible. You can't do the process scoping, right?
So for that, you have to have your you have done your requirement gathering, and you have, after the workshops, you have the requirements in place. What are the processes in place, right? So, and there again, you can filter it out with different. I think once again, country. Yeah. So depending on your, UK, on your country, you can filter out. Also, another thing is that you can have, like, some customers do is like they create different scope for different geography. Look, maybe countries or how their business units are defined. Maybe they want. In some, they start with a global template, then they implement it elsewhere. But in some cases, they do the scoping in that way where for different geographical location, they have a different set of processes or different set of processes, right? So because it's very different, right? So it could be in that, or they can go with a global template, but usually it's more of a mix of global template and some country specific templates, right? So as I said, like, you can come to all the places from many different areas. So this you can come from directly from the project, right? If I go from manage scope, also you can come here the same way. Okay, finance, click process scoping. So I'm choosing some basic solutions. Okay, J58, J60. Sorry, I'm not a finance or a functional guy, so it's just that for testing purpose or showing your demo, I'm just so. Okay. It's fine. So like I have added 4 now. So you can keep on adding, but and then you can end scoping. Okay, on this right corner you'll get end scoping. Where did I get only? Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry, I did the mistake. Ended scope. Sorry. Start again. I think let's choose some other project. Okay, let me come. Sometimes this become a you have gone somewhere else and your project is gone. Scoping. Let's get finance. So you see, I can see my 4 solutions. So everyone has chosen. I mean, you can choose different also. These are the most common heard, or at least I know of these. So that's why I'm choosing this. Go with a global template. Some customers go with global plus some geographical related templates. So you can maybe do your scoping. Could be like you can create 4 scope. One scope would be global. Another 3 could be the templates or the scopes could be used as local templates, right? So I was showing that you can
filter it out with countries, and then you can do the scoping if you want. So I was just showing that you can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I did it for global, but so these are the different roles available in. If I choose some, okay. So like Agatha, see, Agatha has completely all the roles, right? So these roles, depending on, obviously you can like add them to your team, and then okay, maybe he will be the test manager, right? So so there are test related roles defined in cloud that you can define, you can assign to them. So the role basically helps you in because like for a testing, right? They don't they need only for test preparation, test plans, test execution defects. No other tiles they should be able to see. So as I mentioned earlier, Cloud ALM, the roles are role based. Like if you're a test manager, there is a role specifically for you. If you're a project manager, there is a role specifically for you. If you're an architect, there will be a role for you. If you're from PMO team, PMO will team have different roles. PMO team or project manager doesn't have to see what is happening. Maybe test preparation they can have, but not for test plans or test execution. They just the overall. So maybe they just have from analytics they can see what is so they have access to the analytics tab. So in that way, the segregation has happened. Have done in Cloud ALM, SAP has done that. Okay. So see, I have created a task. Okay, but within task I have created so many things. Teams I have created, right? I have created scopes. I have given deployment landscape, right? Subscription is not there right now, but this is for external payment. So if I delete the project, everything will get deleted underlying, right? So that's what it will give you. Similarly, and it is all interrelated. Like when from process you create the process hierarchy. From process hierarchy, you can create your requirements, features. You can interlink them. Then you can have user stories. Like yesterday or day before, yesterday someone was asking, test cases if they can have a relation with user story. So we can have that. You can have that. You cannot also have it. Or you can have like a user feature is connected to a user story and test case is connected to a story. So eventually, if you want to delete a feature, both these things, because the feature is the container within this, you have these things. So if you delete feature, this will also. So it will confirm you. It will not allow you to delete. It will ask you first. Remove the underlying relations or the links. It has two different other features in that flexibility in terms of for different areas. It has that flexibility.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which of the following is a key feature of the test management component in SAP Cloud ALM? Option A, automated test case execution and reporting. Option B, requirements gathering and documentation. Option C, code deployment to production environments. Option D, management of product backlog items. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Ready to master SAP Cloud ALM? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will dive into SAP Cloud ALM. It's like a handy toolbox for managing supplies, ensuring we have enough, and getting them where they need to be. Our experts have crafted a comprehensive curriculum covering everything from the basics to advanced techniques. You are learning from the best in the field. Your teachers are seasoned professionals, dedicated to helping you succeed and answering all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly helpful. Best part, it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP Cloud ALM skills? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website. Sign up today and kickstart your journey to becoming a SAP Cloud ALM Pro.
To consume the SAP Activate or the roadmap view, whatever you can call it, the content of the roadmap view, the SAP Activate roadmaps, the best possible way is through Cloud ALM, that you can consume it.
like it's inbuilt. There's not much you have to do. It's you just have to uh, select when you're creating the project. We did that when we created the project. So in that way, I think Cloud ALM is the best suited or is the best possible way in which you can consume the content which Roadmap Viewer or SAP Activate provides, right? So this is just the you if you come you the roadmap. What does the roadmap offers? Normal things, and then how to use. Okay, how do I use? So there's a video, the same thing. Okay, so then learn more. So I'll just show you. So then Cloud ALM, right? So that's why they have made a separate, I have put a style for Cloud ALM. Because right now Cloud ALM is best positioned for or the best possible tool or solution available through which you can consume the content which Roadmap Viewer SAP Activate provides in the best possible way, right? So because they are positioning like if you take SAP Solution Manager as well, it initially started with a monitoring tool, but they put many things in, change management, test suite management, custom code management. So they put a lot of things in Solution Manager to make it that ALM, the one-stop solution for your ALM lifecycle management. So it's the same thing they are doing with Cloud ALM, and with Cloud ALM, what they are doing is obviously they are saying it is cloud centric. It is or will be the innovation or everything will happen towards cloud. Like on-prem is still there, but with time, what they are doing, they are bringing more innovations or enhancements for cloud solutions or cloud-centric solution in that way, or a cloud-centric landscape where you have a maybe 80-20 ratio where 80% is a cloud solutions, 20 is on-prem, or in that way, right? So in that way, cloud ALM is best suited even for uh, just not just for the roadmap, but even like they're, as I had mentioned, that even they're integrating some of the areas of BTP like the transport management service that you can integrate with cloud ALM. So that is what is doing that you can have multiple cloud solutions in SAP services, right? There are numerous solutions and services available. So manage them, obviously you can do it through BTP, but for their change management or for their monitoring part, you rely on Cloud ALM. So they are integrating Cloud ALM with all the cloud solutions one by one slowly. So it could be the complete functionality is not there. It could be that they are just supporting for now. To take an example, um, Ariba. Like earlier, only downstream Ariba was available. Now upstream functionalities are also available in cloud. Available, they support it from a monitoring perspective or from a landscape management perspective. Similarly, all the cloud solution they're bringing into the cloud ALM to make it more robust or to make it again the one-stop solution for your cloud solution, that you don't go out or you don't rely on some other. It's just them that end of the day it's business, right? To increase their business, but in a way it is helping customers, right? You are a SAP customer and you have a SAP tool which helps you in the ALM. You don't have to rely on a third party tool or or any other solution, or you don't have to custom build or you don't have to build your own solution, right? That's why in Cloud ALM they are giving externally build uh, on their own. They are that okay, I am opening my system to your development, your extension. You develop your extensions, you create, and you can use the raw data available in Cloud ALM. So Cloud ALM will have data. If we talk about implementation, let's suppose you have a project running in Cloud ALM. So it will let's suppose it's in the middle of a project life cycle would be 1 year to 1.5 year before you actually eventually go live. It's a big bang go live. So in that way, in that 1 year, there will be so many data available in cloud. Now, if you have to plan better, uh, maybe for the next project or maybe for the next cycle of the project, you can all pull those data because again, Cloud ALM doesn't have that. Obviously it has the capability well enough, but it could be that some customers want to something more, like they want to do more analytics or they want to find out more deeper, make sense. So
So Cloud ALM is providing, SAP is providing it, okay, you can pull your raw data or your project data from Cloud ALM, and you can pull it into some other external, through an external API to other extensions you have created, or some other third-party tool is there which you can integrate, and then you can do your analysis and and make better decisions, right, based on the current project state. So it is not saying that you, because obviously, see, it is not a mature tool, and it would have limitations, or in that sense, it could be that for sub customers, Cloud ALM capabilities don't suffice for their requirement. So in that way, Cloud ALM saying, okay, you use the data you have in the system, in the Cloud ALM, you move it to move it through the API, and you do what you have to do and find out what best way uh, you can move ahead, right? So in that way, SAP is like it's again cloud native. It's not so you can do whatever you have to, right? So in that way, that's why that's what that's why they are focusing very much on cloud ALM, right? And with S4 HANA public edition, private edition, and with Rise with SAP coming, cloud ALM is obviously it's the future, but it would be very uh, somewhere in the center of this all these innovations and extensions happening in the SAP area around BTP S4 HANA, right? It is part of that um, the inner circle of applications, right? In that way, it's good. Okay, so I'll just show you. See, if you click on Explore Roadmap, see the same roadmaps were available when we were, in the project when we were creating project. You had these options, right? So here, just they have given separate different on-press specific methodology. Okay, if you want to transition, upgrade methodology. So these are different roadmaps available. If I just let's suppose public edition 3 system nano. So if you come here, so okay, so you see the overview. So this is for SAP S4HANA Cloud Public Edition 3 system landscape. Right? So this roadmap or this roadmap will help you in implementing an S4HANA Cloud. It will give you all the support, all the tool solution available, right? So it has all the content. You see, and it is again phase wise they have divided just for you to make you understand. Phase wise there are, if you come to discovery, these are the different sections, right? Discovery, assessment. Okay. So when we integrate, when you have integrated it with the roadmap we have selected in project. So once it everything will come under that project in your cloud ALM, right? So these are the tasks, right? So these tasks will automatically get created under your project, under the task, right? So you don't have to do. So that's what I was trying to show you. So that all these things will be automatically pre-populated in your cloud ALM under the project, whichever project you've created and whichever roadmap you have selected. So in that way, we have discovery phase. Okay. Then, so there is another the cloud. In the discovery phase, they have a section or a task where you can understand what would be uh, the most suited cloud solutions for a customer, right? So because again they want to specifically specify in cloud, so they have a separate task for that. Okay. So discovery phase, then you have prepare phase, these many tasks. So solution is scoping, right? So if we see every activity, then you have then there are accelerators, right? Which help you in accelerating the particular that activity or that task, right? If you have to like Signavio, I think most of it is use of business modeling, right? The process modeling. So and SAP recently acquired Signavio, so now the integration is very smooth with Signavio. Like obviously, when you use an activate roadmap with the standard processes, the process models are already present in this standard. But obviously, if you want to, customize it, or you want to create, there is a new custom business process entirely new. So then you have to do the process modeling. So in that, Signavio, again, since now it's an SAP tool, the integration is very smooth. So you can again, Signavio would not be part of this training, but I'm just giving an overview that in Signavio you can create your process models based on your business process flow. You can create a process models, process diagrams, and then you can no, I didn't like upload in the sense that you can integrate or correlate them to your new processes which you have created in Cloud ALM for your solutions, for your scenarios, right? So there are different accelerators which you can use depending on the different. So that this also SAP tells you that okay, for this step, these are the accelerators you can use. It is again optional. If you want to use, you can use, or if you don't want to use it. See, these are all optional, but this helps you in fast forwarding your work or giving you a head start, right? Maybe even by 10% or 20%. But in a big project, 10%, 20%, even it's 5%, it's a big gain, right? If you have an additional 5% effort or man hours with you, that helps a lot, right? Even in the costing, budgeting, in whatever sense you can say, right? And then okay, so in Cloud Element, even now in like roadmaps, you can see the tags. So tags are nothing but the hashtags we use in you have seen in install similar to that. So they have used like you can tag something, or when you search something, I think you must have heard, you must have seen uh, when you search something on SAP community or no. So there are tags to those question or those two blocks. So like you are searching for something. So tags are nothing but the related options, areas which that particular thing, represents or is related to. So you can create, in Cloud LM, you can create your own tags, right? It could be that, and then through those, like, you taking example, like you are creating, tasks in your, or features in your Cloud LM for your project. So you can create a tag, your custom tag. It could be, um, priority one or priority two. Just I'm giving example, and maybe you can tag those features as priority one. So it means that for your understanding, okay, these features are uh, priority one. So tag is nothing but a high, to give a name to, or a to group. You can say grouping you can do by tag, right? So in Cloud ALM also you will see tags there where there are already predefined tags and you can create your own tags as well, right? So tags are nothing, it is that just a grouping kind of thing. Okay. We will explore again. And you have work stream wise also, okay. So and then product wise also. So product wise in the sense that let's suppose there are these many no there are 71 tasks or activities in the explore phase. So let's suppose if I select Cloud ALM. Okay. So this means that these tasks or activities are supposed to be done in Cloud ALM, not okay. So direct and manage project execution, right? You are going to create and manage the project in Cloud ALM, fit to standard analysis. When you're doing the workshop, conduct workshop, business process, yeah, those things you can do your workshop in Cloud ALM, right? Through the processes, and if there is custom, right? Similarly, BTP. So what is in BTP? What is there? If you want to set up process automation component, so that you have to do in BTP. So by this also you can segregate, okay, which activity, which tasks are supposed to be done in which. So we have chosen the roadmap for S4 HANA Cloud, so that's why S4 HANA. So some activities need to be done in the S4 HANA Cloud system also. Okay, so these are all you can see. Okay, then CBC. Okay. So again, what are the things we need to do? So by product wise also you can segregate. Again, role wise, okay.
Let's suppose it's a project lead, right? So project lead is going to execute or manage the project, monitor the project, right? Documentation, the documentation part, and the if there's a backlog and what will move to backlog and those things. So those project lead. Okay. I will take system administrator. Okay. Okay. So review and sign off of design of extensions. For that matter, technology. Okay, technology expert will sign off on the requirement. So you can have it by obviously these roles are again are like predefined, and it's not maybe not similar to what we use in our in a project lifecycle, what we use, right? A project manager, it may be in some different terms, but more or less you can at least have a guiding guidance from here. Okay, so this is done. So realize deployed and it's fine. I won't go much. So just do one. So give me a moment. Again, see accelerators again. It's nothing but any material or any help which can help you accelerate that phase or that activity, right? So it could be web pages, web blogs, some application, right? The notes which are relevant. So this is a very good starting point, because you don't again, it is not exhaustive list, but it could be there are some other, but more or less it covers whatever to start with. This is the very good place to start with everything related. If you are very new, if you are starting it first, maybe most of us are very new to rise with SAP or S/4HANA public edition implementation or private edition. So this is a very good starting point, the accelerators. It is not just to for learning or for understanding. Before we start to have an understanding what we are going into, from here also you can come and find there are so many things. You can see there are files, web pages, and if you so this is a very good so you don't have to search, right? You don't have to okay, which one to. It could be like when maybe you search it in the marketplace or in Google, there will be thousands of options to you. You don't know from where to start, how to start, or you don't know whom. It could be don't know whom to ask. So this is the best place you can come and see. SAP has provided for you that okay, we know that you might need help this, and they have listed it out, right? And since SAP has created, it is like it's like SAP has created a bookmark for you, right? A list, a reading list, or an activity list before you start. So you can go through it, which will help you in managing or running the project, or you know delivering the project to the best of your ability, right? Because you will have this. You can always come back here. Okay, if you are stuck somewhere, okay, this is, let's see what SAP says, right? So accelerator. So I recommend everyone to at least come here and take a look. Yeah. Earlier this was not this exhaustive. Earlier they uh, used to give just the tools, or maybe few like Signavio you can use for your process modeling, and or they had something for process mining as well. So but now they have made it like they have included the reading material also, which was not there earlier. So this, they have made it very exhaustive now, so you can completely rely on this, and plan your journey in your project, right? So you see. So again, these are all optional. It's not, because this is going to take time, but it is again optional. But it will help you, right? In wherever, in any project you are, if you even if you're not following the roadmap and you're trying, but even if obviously you are going to, the implementation scope would be one of the similar or very close to any of the roadmaps we have available, right? It could be, obviously it could be that the project or the scope of the project which you are working on is different, and there's either there is a no roadmap, or you're not using it, right? You don't want to use, maybe for some reasons or the other, you just want to start from its scratch, right? Or maybe customize. So even in that case, you can come here, see which roadmap is the closest to your requirement, to your scope, and you come and
see what is what is written here. You can go through it, right? And it covers everything. Like if you go through this, I don't think you'll have to go through anywhere else, right? In that phase. Okay. I think yes. Okay, fine. This is you can log in here without access also, but like I have logged in without an access, but obviously you will have access to. You can use your company's as user ID to access, and there will be a little more feature, right, for its user IDs. So I have logged in anonymously, but right. But with when you log in and depending on again your user or contract, you could have more features available, right? But I'm not aware because I haven't logged in through an ID. Okay, good, fine. We'll move to our um, agenda today. Okay, so we have already started this, so we'll just go through and then we move to the demo. Okay, so selection of implementation scopes and definition of business processes. Okay, so we have discussed quite number again. So again, as I've been saying, a scope is nothing but a container or anything in this projects, tasks. All these are containers, logical containers, right? So scope again is a container for your solution processes. Your solution process can have variants. Again, which are but they all come together and work work as a single unit, right? You could have multiple, it's like you could have multiple solution, multiple business processes. They could have different variants, right? But everything comes together for one objective of uh, running the business, right? Okay, so again, it could be like as I was saying yesterday, it could be that you can have it for one location, one plant. You can have different, or you can have a global template, again depending on, right? So it could be that you want different scoping for your India business, a different scope for your, again scope again like it to be to at a very basic level. Let's suppose you have an India business and a US business, so more or less everything remains the same, but it could be like the financial, to take a very basic example, the taxation mechanism in both countries are different. So in that sense, you could you thought, okay, I'll just segregate the scope, maybe complete scope, so that I'm just taking example or some other thing, right? Because more or less, that's about take an example of any consumer goods company, right? So more or less, they are selling the same product, same branding, everything is same. Even the customer base or the customer grouping is same in any country. This, right? Let's suppose you are selling any soft drink, either you sell it in India or you sell it in US. It's the same thing. It's just that maybe the business process at the end, taxation or how the payroll, right? Payroll, right? India, you usually get paid monthly. US, you can get paid weekly, fortnightly, right? Uh, Different. So the payroll is a very good example where there's a huge difference in how the payroll system is run and how the payroll is managed, right? Your leaves, right? HR systems, right? So in that way, you can um, segregate for different locations, or maybe you can for segregate, have different scopes for business units, right? Like let's suppose I'll take example of an IT company. Usually they are divided into sectors. Verticals could be there could be a TNT sector, travel and transportation. There could be a sector for CPG, consumer goods, retail. There could be a sector for utilities, energy, utilities. There could be a section for, you know, government and life sciences. So again, these are different verticals, right? So I'm just taking example. You could have a scoping for, okay, I'll have different scoping for different verticals. Then you can have horizontals. Well, in a practice level, uh, you could have an SAP practice, which will be horizontal. You can have. I'm just taking an like a bright 3D example. So that way you can have, depending on or you can have a global template. You can have a single scope and you can go ahead with it, right? So that is fine. So again, since I have telling you, Cloud ALM serves as the best possible platform to use these solutions which SAP has provided through the SAP Activate roadmap, right? As soon as decide to choose a roadmap, so once you have created a project, all the which I was showing in the roadmap, where all the tasks by phase wise, all the activities, all the help material, all the tools, all the solutions will get pre-populated in your projects under the task and different areas, right? There will be different tasks under different phases which you can use on the, and again from those tasks you can create requirements, your features, your user stories as you wish, right? Obviously, you can create your own custom processes as well. You can completely, you cannot, if you want, you don't use it, you create your own tasks. Under those tasks, you can create, you can again create your own scoping, you can create your own business processes, your process models, your process hierarchy, right? So everything you can create on your own. It's not like you have to use what Cloud ALM is giving you, or SAP roadmap is giving you, or SAP is giving you, right? So again, as during scoping, you add the solution scenarios that user need to define the project process scope. Like we were adding yesterday, right? A custom solution and a S4HANA public edition solution. So again, depending on your project, what is that project? How do you want to do the scoping? So you can choose your different, different solution scenarios. Okay, clear till now? So again, there are few recommendations. Again, these are recommendations from SAP, not necessarily you have to follow them, but it is SAP standard. So you can have, in a solution, in a scope, you can have your different solution processes. If no, the system, this is landscape is same for them, right? If you're choosing different solution scenarios, and but they are going to run or going to be developed on the same system, then it's fine. You can have it in the same scope, right? Uh, like taking an to take an example, like you have an S4HANA system, and you are integrating it with maybe IBP or SuccessFactors or EVA. So they are in the same landscape. So you can have these different solution scenarios, your solution in the same scope, because it is covering the same landscape in that way, right? Or again, if the solutions are the same, the end goal is same, right? The functional scope, right? The functional purpose, like it could be that it could be like, you have a requirement where multiple application will come together, and then the business process gets completed. Just for example, the payroll, right? The payroll gets generated in your, maybe could be on a the in your success factor, the data for the employees coming from S4HANA, and it is going to be sent to a bank to a financial institution through CPI, where the CPI would be integrated, right? So different application, different products are coming together for the same functional use, right? That is for salary payout, right? So then you can club these in the same scope, right? So it's not hard and fast that okay, you have to create a separate one for your S4HANA system or for your payroll system, because even if everything is happening in success factor, it has to send it, if it is indicated in that way, that it has to be passed to a bank for the payout, right? Success factor is not going to do the payment or transfer the money from uh, to the individual salary accounts, right? You have to rely on a bank or a financial institution for that matter. So then you will integrate it through different, obviously you are going to use CPI or other third-party tools, but obviously if success factor, you will use CPI and then integrate it with whatever application is available, right? Or let's suppose if you are using SAP Concur for your travel and expense, right? So it is going to right. So it would need data from SuccessFactor for S1 HANA system, when you are raising an expense, right? It will check what what is your band, what is your, some of them, for travel. Okay, what is your eligibility based on your band? So right, those data will come from success factor. What is your employee information? Based on that, it will in Concur you can raise an expense, travel expense or other reimbursement, whatever. So then it is in. So these different applications are coming together for the whole expense functional area, expense process, right? Then again the payout will happen. Or the payout is going to happen again the information, because maybe the travel expense or any expense or any reimbursement you raise in the Concur, the payment is facilitated through your payroll. Not it would not be an ad hoc payment. So again, that information will be passed to again back to the payroll system. That okay, there along with the salary, this amount also needs to be paid out to this particular person for an approved timesheet, or sorry, for an approved expense reimbursement expense report, right? So then again, all these applications are coming together for one um, single, for one business process, for one uh, functional area, right? Functional scope. So then you can club them into it, right? As you're saying, like for finance consolidation or HR shared services, right? For each site or solution, right? Okay. So that information for these systems is there in Cloud ALM. Then for your B landscape, again, there are systems like another A, B, C, D system. So those systems you will create connection or make connections to Cloud ALM. So again, those information will be there in Cloud ALM. Now, when you are making a project plan or a new project for your landscape A, you will define which systems will be part of this project. Similarly, when you are creating, you'll create a different project for plan your landscape B. There you will define which systems will be part of this project. And in all these things, the systems part comes when you are when you're your change during change deployment, right? When you're creating the feature. So during feature, we'll come to that. During feature, you can define which will be the system, which is your development system, quality, prod, right? So those system it will get picked up automatically on based on the systems you have added in the deployment landscape when you created the project. Right? So you can have segregation. There's no problem with that. You can run even on the same systems. You can run multiple projects. And there are two things. One thing is this, that you have chosen what are the individual. Again, it's I keep on saying business processes. SAP now calls it solution process in Cloud ALM. So once you have chosen what all business processes will be part of your scoping, so then there's a thing called process hierarchy, like how you want to um, how will these different processes work in a hierarchical level. So that change you can do. Okay. Plus, yeah, as I said, inbuilt process models are already there. Diagrams. Sorry, I'll call them diagrams. So diagrams are already there, right? You uh, you come here, you can see the diagram, right? And there are multiple variants of those diagrams, like multiple, sorry, not diagrams, but multiple variants of those business processes available. Just because they SAP, that's what I mean. SAP has tried to give as much as possible for any. Obviously, if you have a business process, account payable, everyone is not using the same workflow, right? There could be a different workflow. There could be a um, maybe a very small degree. You have approval, a second approval process before the payment happens. I'm just taking example. So more or less all these scenarios, or the not scenario but scenarios, or the different workflows for a particular process which a customer, or because see, SAP has all the information. Whichever customer is running on SAP, they know what they are using, right? And they get that data from that only. Okay, what for account payables or account receivable, what are the different workflow the customers are using? What are the most used? So they have incorporated it. There are different like variants. Like in job, you set up a job, you could have different variants. Similarly, they have given the business process, and then they have given variants which one to use, right? Like to take an example, like when they Cloud ALM can integrate with ServiceNow for ticketing too. So how did they get information? They obviously got it from the different customers, everything that the maximum number of customers are using service now. They're integrating like not Cloud ALM, but before the prior product, like we have Solution Manager. So most of the customers were integrating Solution Manager to service now for a ticket or for even for change management. Like the change management process was starting in service now, but again the change used to get created in Solman through change management charm. Your RFC change document would get created, uh, or for tickets you have set up monitoring. Alerts are getting generated, and those alerts are sent out to service now, and a ticket is getting created, right? So this information SAP got from the customers who are using that. Okay, service now is the most used ITSM tool. So let's give this as a predefined or a pre-existing extension that you can integrate it. You don't have to build your own extension. You don't have to build, but we provide it an extension. But again, there also what they have done is like they have again, as I said, it's not a matchable. So they have not again. It is again not a fully integrated thing because um, it's like as soon as an incident or an alert gets created in Cloud ALM, an incident will get created automatically. You don't have a event management system which is built. It could be as I said, your application went down, so it would keep on sending. You have a monitoring which will be keep monitoring. Like for availability, we have set it up every 1 minute. It will check whether the system is up or not. So it could be that system is down, and every 1 minute an incident alert is getting generated, and that alert is getting created into an incident, right? Converting into incident. So it could be that for the same issue, same system, you have 10 incidents in a span of 10 minutes, right? Because SAP is directly hitting the incident table of service, not the event tables, where if events are passed, there then service now can do event management, and even event management is not available at Cloud ALM. You cannot do any correlation between systems alerts, right? So that is again a limitation, but that is how they are doing. So similarly here also they give different variants of your business processes. You can work with obviously, and if you don't want, you can create on your own business, so you can change the diagrams, right? In that way. You can also import your process scope from a spreadsheet. Okay. So this spreadsheet is like it's available in, I think I showed you in those roadmaps. There was a digital assessment discovery phase, right? There you can the SAP gives you like a template of an sheet of an Excel which you can use. You can list down your processes, and those can be imported into Cloud ALM, and then your custom the process scope will get created, right? So that you can do. So then you can download it. You also have option, you can like import it from a normal Excel. You don't have to use this template, but this template SAP provides. Okay. So this is option one, where assessment information that is available in SAP site. You can go and download the template and then upload it in Cloud ALM. So this you can do to create from a spreadsheet. There could be a requirement, right, that you want to um, for a custom process for a maybe some other you want to do it. So you can use in a spreadsheet, right? So you just have to maintain. You don't have to the codes and name. That's it. I think that's. Or you can do it from normal spreadsheet, but again you have to put it like this, right? Which I have not used. Okay. But you can like the option is there to export import, like import it from a spreadsheet for that matter. So when we are creating from file, you choose that create from file option, and you can choose your spreadsheet, and it will create it. Okay. So I hope you remember last there was a create from file or create. When we are creating a manage scope, when we are creating a scope, you could see like create and create a file. So that you can do. Okay. Again, as I said, it's more of a container concept. So let's suppose if you want to have separate scopes for your separate countries, so you can create separate scopes from your own, right? Edit. Then I see scope from file was the one which I was talking, that Excel, right? So if I scope from file, So this is the scoping you're going to create, right? So here you can choose, you browse the file, okay, solution version, whichever you want to choose, right? So, sorry. So this is from create profile, okay? But it's more of like you are creating a new scope, not within the scope which you. It's like the the scope you are creating, not the solution scenarios within a scope. You can create a scope from a file. Yeah. Solution scenarios are you cannot like solution scenarios are like placeholder, right? You can create it from a Excel, but when you have chosen within your scope, you have a scenario which is custom. So it means that you can again see scope within a scope you have solutions. Those are scenarios, right? And then these solution scenarios will have processes, right? So
Okay,
custom
got
means
it.
you can create your own custom processes, right? It's again like a high levels, high level, level 1, 2, 3, sub nodes or subset. So when we have chosen custom, so that's why I've chosen that. Okay, we have an option that okay within this solution scenario we have a custom solution scenario, so we can create our own solution business processes, right? Okay, so okay, the country, right? So see, maybe I can. See, when you're creating the scope, then there is no country specific thing, right? But if you know beforehand that okay, want like they see end of the day, scope is a container within which you at the basic level you'll have your business process. So as I was mentioning, let's suppose you know there will be uh, different processes or different workflow for processes for payroll, right? So maybe you can create scenarios. You can create two scenarios. Sorry, two scopes, one for India, one for US, right? And when you let's suppose let's suppose finance I have created for India, right? Okay, sorry, one sec. So we go to process scoping, okay. Okay. So here you see if SAP again has provided if there are any changes, country specific. See more there could be processes which are standard across, but there could be like in India we have GST, right? So that is a different. For that you need different implementation. So let's suppose if you want to choose India, right? So all the India specific things will come here, right? Now, if you want to choose it, if it suffices your requirement, then you can choose the scopes from here, right? Which scope in the sense which solution business processes you want, right? Uh, so you can choose. So you can create different scopes, but yeah, scopes are not country specific, but you create a country specific scope. Now, when you're uh, creating, or assigning which scopes would be part of your sorry business processes will be part of this scope, then you can choose, then you can like filter it, okay, India, whether this requirement is suffice for me, and then you can choose India specific, US specific, Argentina specific business processes if there are different. I'm not much I'm not an expert on that, but like you are an expert, or maybe you are an expert in your field, so you know, okay, this process for particular, you have worked on different customers, you know that okay, for this process there are different scenarios in different companies, different country or customer, right? You want customer wants that okay, no, I need for India this, I need global template or local template. So then you can do the scoping level, like you can create different. So that's what even in that slide, remember we had said that you can have different solution in the same scope if they are um, fulfilling the same functional scope, or working on the same system, right? So usually, if there are uh, um, usually it could be the same system, but the payroll is different, right? The payroll system. So then you can maybe use it in the same scope, or you can create differently. So again, it depends how do you want to structure it, right? I know I was saying that this was the question was like if you have already have process models. In Signavio, right? Or it could be any other tool also. Iris people use, then there's a called BlueWorks. So I'm not sure if Iris and BlueWorks models can be integrated or can be brought to into Cloud ALM. But if you have in Signavio, you can always use them. Um, to run your workshops, right? And obviously the findings, requirements from there, you can come here um, and then you can, do the documentation here. You can also copy, right? So maybe you want to, create your own custom, like you want to for, let's suppose for accounting and financial closing, but there is a different flow you want to create, or there is a customization needed. So in that way, in that sense, you can copy these solution and then you can edit it, right? Here you won't be able to do any addition because these are standard. Let's edit them. Okay. So see, process authoring is nothing but the section where you can create your own processes, custom process. So it is called process authoring, right? You can create your own custom processes you create, and then you can include it in when you are doing the process scoping. You can again add, different. You can use the same. Let's suppose you have this a different custom. There's a new requirement, but that is across all the countries, right? But you have already used a different scope for different countries. Then you can create it, and then you can use the same, like it is being used in these many countries, right? The standard which SAP provides. Similarly, you can do that. Here also you have option whether what you want to assign it, that it would be only used for India. It is not like for documentation purpose. That okay, now we are creating this. Obviously, you are creating a custom process. So am I doing it for if it is country specific? So are we doing it for India? Because we are copying a standard one. The standard one was applicable for these 8 countries, right? You know that okay, this is the standard flow, but the requirement is there is some 10 to 20% change in the flow or tweak in the flow, right? Then it would make more sense, just come to the copy, use the copy option, and then you have a new custom process, but you don't have you have not put too much effort, right? That's why that copy option is there. That moral again the underlying again is that key, clean the keep the clean core. So even like SAP saying, okay, if you have to move out of my standard processor, maybe you copy it and then try to do as much as minimal changes in that, right? Because when you are copying, obviously some of the underlying things in this SAP standard is copying, so it is easier for SAP to manage them, monitor them in subsequent releases or subsequent innovations, whatever that is. But yeah, you could you can copy them, you can create your own process authoring, you can create your own process models, process flows, you can create them in, as I said, in Signavio you can create, right? And you can then bring it uh, in your cloud ALM and business. See again, these are all as a PMS, project management information system today. These are all helping you managing the project, managing your delivery, managing your implementation. The exact implementation anywhere is going to happen in the systems, right? It is not cloud ALM, nothing is going to happen. There's absolutely nothing, right? There is no uh, I was telling earlier, like when we come to the future, you'll come to know how the development works. That is also development is like it's managing. Like even when we're using solution manager, if most of you might have used Charm in one way or the other in some time or the other. So it was managing your complete change cycle, change management process. But the everything was happening in the development. So everything is optional. You could go that okay, I don't want change man, I'll just do it. Okay, we'll write. Okay, requirement has come. We'll put it in Excel. We'll assign different developers. No need of user story. Then also you will get your work done, right? You will get your development. You can provide, deliver your project. It's just that this cloud ALM is obviously no. You have to then rely on different tools, Excel, and there's too much manual effort to segregate everything and then again bring everything together. In this way, cloud ALM is helping you. That's why the cloud ALM for implementation. It is helping you in implementation journey, and that's why they have specifically segregated. Like there's an implementation area of cloud ALM, and there is an operation area. So implementation area is only for implementation, and that too for your uh, to support you to speed up the process, right? So you create your own custom process. So again, it comes to like more or less in very rare cases, in very maybe 10%, 20% a project, it could be that you have to create a custom process entirely from scratch where it no nothing whatever SAP has, any standard SAP provider is not there, right? It would be more or less that there would be some uh, we divide in even development, we divide in the project when we do the scoping, that okay, how many RICEPs or how many objects have minimal customization requirement, major in that way too. So in that way, depending on your use case, your project, your timelines, you can copy or you can create your own custom templates. No problem in that. So as I was saying, like the difference when whether if we are using in Signavio or in Cloud ALM. So you see, if we select maybe so there you can create directly a requirement or a note. So in this way, um, it's more beneficial to have it in Cloud. Not saying you should not have it in Signavio. It's better place to design, but it's just that um, you can create a requirement directly from here. So and the tagging will happen. Within this business process will have as soon as you create a requirement from here, it will get tagged to that business process. So when you have to come back, okay, what how many requirements are there for this particular business process? So that analytics or that reporting you can have. So in that way, it helps, right? Also, it would be very beneficial, like during or when you are doing the workshops, you want to take notes, you can take the notes right away. Yeah, right. Notes are nothing but as we take notes, right? So okay, during workshop there was something point, so maybe for this particular step, right, or this particular process flow, there was some questions or something you have to come back, right? Like someone asked me whether Signavio, how it happened. So I have taken a note, but if it would have been on the system itself, maybe I'll just take a note and maybe So in that way, having it in Cloud ALM helps. And because one thing is obviously it's easier to use, right? You are running the workshop here, you're showing it, and right away you can create a requirement, right? And another thing is for traceability. You can always come back and see, okay, how many requirements for particular this process flow, this business process, or or if there are any notes you have to maintain, you can maintain the notes, which you can come back and refer to those notes. Okay, what was mentioned, what was there in that workshop, or for this particular step, what was the need, change needed, what we had to keep in mind, right? That when maybe when we are doing the development, we have to keep a note. There was a specific requirement from the customer, something or the other. These all kind of things you can note it down, and since you are creating it from here, you do, there will already be a relation. Like these requirement will be mapped to the business process, and you can come easily any given point of time during any phase of or cycle of your project. You can see, okay, what is my okay, how many requirements are for this business processes, or were there any notes, were there any special mentions, right? You don't have to note it down somewhere else, or you don't have to find out, okay, for this business process how many requirements are there, right? And since requirements are there, you will create from requirements you can create user story, you can create your features. So when you are working on features, when you're actually working on the development part, or even test cases, right? So you can like have that traceability. Okay, this test case is for which requirement is related to which business process. So based on that, you can plan your testing phase also more efficiently, right? So SAP has given a lot of focus on this traceability. That's why because of which I'm not saying it's a issue, or they have brought the navigation a bit haphazard. Like they want you to take from any place you can go anywhere, right? Like you are here, you from here only you can go to scoping, you can go to processes, you can go to process authoring, you can go to requirements, you can go to features, you can go to taking notes, you can even go to documents, right? And then from documents also you can directly come to your projects, right? If I will not be able to show you. So So because they want like from everything is connected, interconnected, so that once you want to see the actual picture, you can have an overview, high level view also, and from a high level view you can drill down to each and every section, right? Because it would happen when you are doing your workshop, there would be situation where you may miss something, or because you understand during workshops it could be that you are having multiple workshops, the same set of consultants, same team is having with different stakeholders, right? If you're an or a FICA or a PM consultant, you might be having it from different, so they are will be in different requirements. So it would be very easy that when you are having it, you can actually record those requirement notes in the same uh, processes, right? Even in like when you do, if you create a custom process also, that then also you can do it, right? So it gives you that advantage over if it is in some other scenario. Obviously, you can the best solution would be like you have your process models created, and then but again, you are going to create business process model in Signavio. Obviously, after you have a workshop, or if you want to, you want to go with a process model, uh, you can create Signavio. But obviously, it makes more sense that you have something ready made. You don't have to work. You show it to customer. You have your workshop, then they go, no, this is this. Okay, no, this we need this change, that change. You run your fit to standard workshops, and then you how do I put it? Then you create your models. Then you create your process flow or your diagrams, right? In that way, it is helpful. So you don't, because we usually don't create process flows and then show it. If you already have it handy, which SAP is providing, why not go with it, right? And obviously, then if requirement is okay, no, I don't want this. I need a very customized one, or something which makes more sense to create a new one than modifying a existing one, um, copying it in a new process, using a process authoring, and then creating a new process and then showing it. So in that sense, you can use it. And once it is finalized, you can bring it back. You can bring it back to Cloud ALM, and again, it becomes part of your documentation, right? Process. Many people process diagrams are helpful in those. The second part people don't give too much emphasis, but it is also part of your documentation, right? You are once the project finishes, people change, or it goes to run phase. So when during the run phase also, if there is an issue, obviously the run team, the support team can come and have a look at that process flow diagram to have a better understanding, right? Like they check the FSD, TSD, the configuration document, so in that way, this is very beneficial, the process diagram, which the emphasis is not too much on this diagrams, but it is always easier to understand from a flow diagram, right? And these flow diagrams are very detailed, right? And these flow diagrams will help you to understand much better. And obviously, when you read the content, both make sense, right? But usually people focus on, like I have seen customers where people focus, okay, no, your FSDs are done, TSDs are done, have we, propagated into the production branch, it's fine in solution documentation. Okay, fine. But in many customers, they don't have any process diagrams. It's not there, just there in the FSD, but or the TSD. But it's not documented separately somewhere. So in the overall life cycle of a project, but obviously see project after implementation, there will be a longer run and operation part. And down the line there will again be a change, some changes down the line, upgrades. So in those scenarios, these process diagrams help a lot, right? So uh, it is obviously important, but how much importance is associated to is maybe is much less than it actually deserves, right? In that sense. This I wanted. Okay, so everyone is able to copy solution process. I'll check on this solution value flow, why it is grayed out. Even this should be there. I've done it. Probably with the tenant, but it should not be like that because they obviously you can download it from here. Right? You can download PDB SVG. Okay? And download even the solution.
process flow you can download.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which of the following is not a typical artifact managed in SAP Cloud ALM? Option A, requirements documents. Option B, test cases. Option C, change requests. Option D, purchase orders. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section.
I wanted to, add few more points on the projects part, right? So if I use 24 and okay, so this is the starting thing would be, you have to create a project, right? So you come to the project and setup, you click on this create, you give your project, maybe I'll create one. You can give the status would be on track because you are on track now. Current phase would you prepare? This is the mandatory. The phase one phase should be there, right? So you are in preparatory phase. Then SAP Activate Roadmap is nothing but if you want to leverage the the solutions, processes, the tools which the roadmap. Basically, with roadmap, what happens is all the tasks come get pre-pop. You don't have to do it. So what we have chosen is maybe we'll choose this one. Then access level is restricted, public, private, right? Public is like anyone who has access to your Cloud ALM tenant can have access to this project. Restricted is people who will have access only who are part of this project, like the team members, the teams, right? And someone you can give access, right? Private is only, restricted is that you can give view, people can view, right? But they cannot make any changes, right? Changes can be made only by the team members who are assigned. Like when you create the teams, then you can do it, right? Private again is like it is only limited to the people who are part of this project as within the teams, right? No one can view outside. If it's a private, no one can even view outside the group, outside the team, the project team, right? Time boxes are nothing like you want to give timelines for your different phases, right? So as you can see, prepare phase is mandatory. You will be, and after that, it is again optional. Whether you want to have those time boxes or not, right? And whether and you can have your own phases or time box, right? You can create June, okay, and then similarly you can choose dates, okay, just June. Okay, I won't. Okay, you can also like hide them. You don't want to, keep it. You don't want to deploy it. I'm just giving it. I mean, if you want to do it, again, you can create again your own phases, and you can time box them. Okay. So let's suppose here and suppose to show you something. Let's suppose I give it 24th June. Now what I've given here, 20th May. Let's suppose just starting in 15th April, and I call it test. Okay. So now once I save it, so you see it will come depending on the date. It will the hierarchy. It will like depending on the dates in chronological order. This will be test because that's what to show you I created like overlapping dates and in between. So it will be in chronological order. Okay, whatever time boxes you do. Okay. So again, sprints. If you want to have a sprints, obviously you will want to have sprints. So you can create a sprints. No sprint. Sprint 1. And the date range could be no. Obviously it'll be let's 30, we take a 4-week cycle. So we come here. No, wait. You can create another cycle, another sprint, sorry. So sprints and other things also you see release, and sprint will have lock unlock. So it's like the sprint is open now, so you can assign things to sprint, task, user stories, right? And obviously, let's suppose you want, your sprint is over, but still the task are not. So maybe you can close the sprint just to understand what is the backlog. Okay, so in that way you can work with them, right? So this is again optional if you want to use this option or not. Sprint 1 is fine. Again, milestones. If you want to have another, milestones, you can give date. Planned go live is probably 1st of March. Actual go live is when you actually go live, so you can give dates. You can again create your own milestones. Okay. Okay. So just stop me. I'll just be quick. So if you have any doubt, just let me know. Okay. You keep on sending. Then again, teams. So you can create teams creating nothing but onboarding the members, right? The project team are onboarding members, so they're the same process. So there are two ways: either by role you can create or by users you can assign, right? It's the same, more or less the same thing, right? Here the user, here again the roles are there, which roles you want. Again, I'm not sure if I mentioned that. So you can create your own roles as well, right? Maybe you can create your own teams, your own roles, right? Roles in the sense, like here we have ALM tool expert, ALM tool lead. So maybe you can create your own role and then assign particular user to that, right? So like you can assign like this LMSM. So Annabelle, I'll assign here. So you have, okay, so I'll just, so in PMO team, project lead Agatha, and this, so you can save it. Sprint is required. Okay, sorry. Now I think we can save. So save it. So now your, if I go here, teams. So under my, we have PMO team. I can create a new team again. Okay. So I will create finance team. I'll give business process expert. Okay. Another thing which I wanted to tell you is like when you are finance team is already there. 2302. No, I think give me one business process owner. 20. Okay. So another fine. Okay. So we have created another team, finance 23. Okay. You can create your multiple teams and edit. Also, if you don't want, you can hide. These. I don't. It's not needed. So I'll just just to declutter it. Okay. So this is one thing. Another thing is that the predefined the roles which come from SAP, which are already populated in this Cloud ALM. So when you are assigning a person, like suppose business process expert, right? Rafa is the business process expert in your team. So when we showed you SAP roadmap, right? Activate roadmap. So in activate roadmaps, as soon as you select one roadmap, so all the corresponding task activities will get populated. Tasks will get created, right? So those tasks, what SAP has done that, okay, there will be some tasks which will be taken care by your business process expert, right? So once you have assigned some name to your business, someone is a business process expert in your team.
So those tasks will automatically get assigned to this person, Rafa. Like it is automatic, right? So it helps you. Like you don't have to go and assign those particular tasks to someone. If you have assigned, and these are for the standard roles which comes with SAP in the Cloud ALM, right? So and in the roadmap, whatever task would be, that this will needs to be taken by the business process expert. So and once you have assigned some person in your team as a business process expert, so those tasks will get automatically assigned to this particular person. So you don't have to like go and assign it, and it will already show in his or her queue that these are the tasks assigned to Rafa, or the business process expert, or cloud architect. So there are different, again, not all the tasks are mapped to some role, but most of the tasks are mapped to some role or something, right? Suppose I assign your name, or you are the business process expert, right? So in the roadmap, which we have chosen when we were creating the project, right? What is the roadmap? Roadmap will nothing but bring all the related tasks, related activities as part of implementing that S4 HANA 3 system landscape. There will be and again SAP has like correlated that with out of these 1,000 tasks, there could be these few tasks are to be taken care by the business process expert, or would be taken care by the the test manager, or would be taken. So as soon as I assign you as the business process expert, those tasks will get assigned to you automatically. You don't have to go and assign manually each task related. Obviously, you can go and do changes, modify. Okay, no, this will be taken by somewhere. But SAP is giving that their Cloud ALM does that for you. In Cloud ALM, I don't know, that this concept, two-fold screens, or there's in UI nomenclature, there's a concept called two-fold, something they call it two-fold view or something. Like it's like in this same screen, I'm in projects, but in projects I can see all the details of project, like time box, teams, and everything. But I can also go and see the teams. Like they are giving dual. They call it two-fold or dual something. From a UI perspective. That here you can in the teams you can only assign the already created team. As we go ahead in other things also, you'll see screen similar, like you see on the same screen two things, like teams here on the left panel also and the right side also. So it is like at one end you can do something, but the main page for that is on the left. So this will come more or less in Cloud ALM, whichever page you go, like, because again it's just that for ease of navigation, they are giving that you are in projects, so you don't have to go out, come to the home page, and then again click on teams. So from here only, it's not only teams and roles. Sorry, if you come down, you have system group deployments workstream, which we'll talk. Okay, so roles again, as I said, you can create your own roles, right? So it's like you just have to give a name. Let's suppose I say basis lead, basis, and you save it. Because in depending on your requirement, you want a specific role just for the understanding or for tracking purpose, right? So you can create your own role and assign it to some people. Okay. So let's suppose I come here and I come here. Okay. And I will have you see basis lead is here, right? And you see it is a custom created. Custom role will have a the sign before it. Okay, so you can assign someone. So you can assign someone to Paul. Okay, and save it. So like that, you can create your own role. Okay. So and we'll go to again projects. So scopes. I wanted to cover this deployment landscape. Okay. So deployment landscape. One sec. To show you have to select a deployment plan, right? And then it will I'll just show you. So okay. So now see. So we can create our own deployment plan, and we can also create our own system groups, right? So, so it's nothing but like when you're let's suppose you're starting a project. So this in this scope, it could be like there are multiple systems like S4HANA system and Ariba, IBP, success factor. There could be multiple systems in within the project scope. So in deployment landscape, what we are doing, we are defining what all systems. So here it is called system group, right? I'll tell you why they call system groups, and then system groups are put within a deployment plan. So deployment plan is nothing but, let's suppose I have system, right? A development quality protection, right? So that would define a system group. But you also have to define, because you're in a project, you also have to define, the release cycle, right? When are you planning? When is your development going live, or when the development, and when quality pre-prod, right? So you could say when we combine a system group with a timeline of releases, then it becomes a deployment plan. And together within projects or in Cloud ALM, it's together called the deployment landscape. Basically, when I'm selecting within a project a deployment plan, so what I am doing that, okay, this project, the landscape, the deployment landscape, that this project is going to deploy these set of system based on the deployment, all the releases of the release cycle we have mentioned. Okay. So I'll show you once I create it, you will have a better understanding. Okay. So again, see, you can see deployment landscape here, deployment plan, system groups. Okay. You can again see the system groups deployment, right? So let me create system groups. Leave this page. Okay. I'll create a new. Okay. So I'll give test underscore 2302. Okay. Now, okay. The only condition to create a system group is that it has to be of the same product line. It's similar to transport routes, right? You have transport routes, right? Of an S4HANA dev quality prod, right? You can't have no dev S4 then quality ECC, right? That is how your changes. It's basically, you'll understand later when we consider. It's basically for movement of changes, your software changes, catalog changes, your configuration changes, or data movement itself, right? So that deployment plan. So that deployment, this is what we are defining. Okay, so in my project, this will be the deployment landscape that this would be the development system. This would be the quality pre-prod prod. Okay. So let's suppose I choose SAP S4HANA. Okay. In Cloud Edition, there is a concept, or you can have a starter preview system also, where you can run things, right? Most of you might know it. That when you take a Cloud Edition, S4HANA Cloud Edition or anything, so they give you a starter or a preview system. They call it the starter system, where again all the standard SAP practices are imported there. You can run and see, and then right. So that is like optional. So with S4HANA, we don't have that. So I don't know. So, but you can assign. But so development system. So here when I click, so this is what it is doing. It is listing out all the S4HANA system which are available in the which are connected or which are available in Cloud ALM, right? So I had this question, I think, in the first or the second session, that how do we connect the system? So as soon as you connect the system, that like there's an S4HANA, so there is you just have to, there is a T code which basis team will take care, SDF/ALM setup. It's nothing but you maybe one sec. I had. Okay, so there you just create. It's not like RFC, right? You create one system to other. Similarly, you are going to create a specific kind of destination from your system to Cloud ALM, so that Cloud ALM has the data and the information about this S4 system, or it could be an ABAP system, ECC, your success factor, any cloud solution also. So since it's an S4 HANA, you have to, on the managed system or on that particular system, you have to just go to that T code and set up the destination.
So as soon as you set the destination and you set the communication path, so all the information about that system is now available in Cloud ALM. Okay. Okay. Clear? So this is how now all the S4HANA systems are. So I'll choose maybe for dev S4H. Okay. Quality, maybe, I'll choose this one. Okay. Report. This one, production. Okay. So this is now this is the system group I'm trying to create. Another thing is that there could be an how do you put it, like there could be a requirement where you need to have two quality systems, right? Okay, so this is now, see here, now to the deployment plan you can assign a system group. Okay, so we'll assign the one which we created, test 20. Assign. Okay, now we have assigned it. Okay, so we'll save it. So this is saved. Okay, so now we have created a system group and a deployment plan. Okay, fine. Just before that, I just want to add another thing, is that see, when you're creating a project, it would not be like that only, one system is part of that project. As I said, you could have an Ariba, SuccessFactor, C4C, these systems, right? So you can have multiple system groups within your deployment plan, right? So I'll create another system group. You're getting the picture, right? You'll have a project within that, which all the systems are part of the scope. So you'll have an S4 system. So you'll create a system group for that. You'll have a SuccessFactor. So you'll create a SuccessFactor system group for that. And C4C, CPI, whatever it could be, right? If you're using BTP, then different, right? So
okay, so after in the same project line, right? There is, I was looking for the option. No, I got it. Thank you.
No, okay.
I was looking for which is the path you have created, the test system group. So after this one, right? In the same tab. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
That's okay. So, and how that will be linked to that release date for the deployment?
Just one sec. Maybe I'll choose, So we have only one. We don't have choose something else. Okay. This system, this. Okay, we'll just save it. This is saved. Okay. So now we go to deployment plan. Test 23. This is okay. This is my deployment plan. It has one system group. I can assign another system group. So I'll assign another. So this was the another one. So I assign it. Okay. I'll save it. Okay. So now I have created one deployment plan, and it has two systems. System groups like two systems, right? Okay. In Cloud ALM terminology, they use tenants also, like the systems. They use it interchangeably. Like they sometimes call it tenants also, like the these because most of because it's cloud centric and cloud solution based. So in cloud we have tenants, like any
cloud solution you take, they call it tenant. So they use tenants and system interchangeably. So don't get confused if you hear it later. Okay. So now how to assign it to our task? Like what is the relation? Like, so you have come to a project. Sorry, project. So we'll come to deployment plan. Okay. Edit. And one sec. No, it should come. The one thing could be is like they have only the drop down can only show a limited number of. So one sec. I'll rename it. One sec. Deployment plan. I don't know if they'll. Save it. Project. Edit. Oh, see, now it is showing. Was that the drop down again? These drop down I think could not show more than maybe 100 or 100 entries. And again, so these are again some of the limitations or bug in the system. Right. So now you see, I'm assigning this deployment plan test, and it has two systems, one S4HANA and Ariba, right? So I'll save it. So now this becomes my deployment landscape. Like this project is not will be deployed on which system, which landscape. So this is the landscape on which it will be deployed. And the release cycle, again, obviously you will create the releases depending on your project timeline, right? Obviously you can again go back and change it, modify it. But to start with, because you see, I get a scope to do something, right? So there are two things: what to do and what time to do, right? Only then it will make some context, right? Otherwise, if I get a project you have to implement, and there is no time, right? So it doesn't make there's no context to it, right? So for any project, the most two important things are obviously in what time frame we have to do it and what we have to do it, right? So these two combine, or and then deployment it gets deployment plans created, and when you assign it under deployment landscape, so that becomes the deployment landscape of your project. So your project is going to be deployed on these landscape systems, would be S4HANA Ariba, and it will be based on the deployment plan, the timelines which we have shared in the deployment plan. Okay. Even if you have a, let's suppose you have taken a SuccessFactors tenant. So SAP follows their own, upgrade cycle, update cycle, right? Refresh cycle, right? So it, in a way, it helps you. I'm just taking an example. So in a way, it helps you that you plan your project plan or project lifecycle based on the deployment or release cycle of your products, right? In that way, you can say it, right? But again, though these are very not hard bound. You can again, when you are starting the project planning, you can give release dates, and obviously you can go and change it. It is just to create a context to it, right? Otherwise, if I just I'm not aware of the underlying thought process behind it, that you could be right that there's no need of a maybe because we in project we are giving timelines, so there's no need of giving a release timeline under release when you're creating the deployment plan. But maybe the thought process was that you have to give a context so that it becomes the landscape. And secondly, to for cloud solutions, you have a project cycle, but when the systems are on-prem, you control everything, right? When you want to upgrade them, when you want to update them, maybe you have started development this year and maybe you in the between you want to do an upgrade, you can do it, right? But for cloud solutions, the second part is not in your control. Like you can start your development, but SAP has that um, SAP follows there's 3 months to 6 month release cycle for different products. It will release it, right? You don't
You don't have an option to stop it, or maintenance you don't have. So maybe you can, based on those release and your project timeline, you can see where we are, and you can plan more appropriately your project timelines. Okay. So clear till now? Everyone is able to at least navigate here and create system groups, create a deployment plan.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Any doubt with what? It could be a bit confusing, because you could say that we could have just mentioned in deployment plan itself, the tab, and just assign the deployment plan, right? But it was more of a, from understanding perspective, that, okay, this, your deployment plan, and with the mix of your system group becomes your deployment landscape. So here is nothing but here when you come to deployment landscape for anybody, you see what is the landscape on which this project is going to be deployed. When you're actually, let's suppose you have a fit to gap or fit to standard workshop, you found a requirement, right? Let's suppose for your module. So where you do that actual work, you do it in this system, right? It's more of a documentation of a planning purpose. You're actually going to do, you have created a requirement, you have created your scoping. Now you have a requirement. Okay, you create a user story. Okay, you assign it to a developer. So that developer or that function consultant, whoever that is, he or she is going to go into that particular S/4HANA system or Ariba system, and there they are going to do the changes, right? So it is linked in a way, but there is no linkage required, right? It's more of the linkage will be required, which is again, that's why they call it deployment, where will be the change going to be deployed, which will be part of this project. So we have that S/4HANA and Ariba. So once you have created a development work object in your development, it will move it. You have to move it. You have to deploy it in quality, unit testing, UAT testing. You have to maybe move to again pre-pod, again deployed in pre-pod for your regression testing, performance testing, right? UAT 1, 2, 3, different multiple iterations of UAT, multiple iterations of integration testing. So this change or this deployment, this is where the systems linkage will come. So that linkage will happen when we are creating features, right? But you don't have to, you have a scope. You don't have to link it to, okay, this scope, because it's already you are going to if it's because we have already chosen the solution. If it's an S/4HANA system, the S/4HANA related changes are supposed to happen in S/4HANA. There is no other. So obviously it is linked, but yeah, there's no direct linkage, and there is no need to do it. And but it is there, because whatever scoping you have done, that is part of this project. Your deployment landscape is part of this project. So you can do it, right? So you can say there dotted linkage in that way. Not here, but that is not needed, right? Okay. In sandbox, when you have a sandbox, you are actually start with sandbox. When you're doing upgrade, you start with sandbox, then development. Here it's not like that. It's not a sandbox in true sense. It gives you a pre-configured system to see if it suffices your requirement. You can play around with it, and you can see what is there, what is not there, what requirements could fit in and what could not, right? So in that way, it is for cloud-based solutions only. You can order in a starter preview system. Again, the other thing about that CBC configuration, CBC configuration, for that also you can use this. Like you can see what all configurations you can do. Like I'm saying from a S/4HANA Cloud product, what you can see what CBC configuration you can have, central business configurations. So it is, you can say, in a way, a sandbox system. Okay. Solution scenarios, or what all business scenarios would be part of your scope, right? So always means as a standard, I always choose custom, that you never know that in your project it could be, because there would be some custom requirement needed for solution or business, right? So maybe choose one. After that, it depend, if you can use intelligent workflows, by product idea, lead to cash, acquire idea to market, or you can choose the products by Ariba, okay, Ariba success factor, or you want to completely, the best practice for a product, like for S4, if I can, yeah.
SAP best practice for S/4HANA Cloud for public sector, SAP best practice S/4HANA Cloud public edition. Either for the product or for the intelligent workflows, or for product, or for the complete, complete best practice for the solution. Like so I'll choose cloud solution. Okay, and we'll just save it. Okay, confirm. So these solutions in a business, like it means that my scope for now it consists of, could be I can create custom business processes, or the best practices for HANA Cloud, by which this solution, whichever business processes are there, we can use it. Okay, so clear till now? I'll show you another how to create it. You remember yesterday we were talking when we were the presentation that we can create it from file. Okay, or maybe I'll come to this after we do the process scoping for the new button. So let's suppose this. Now we have scoped. Okay, what the broader set that, okay, I'll be using custom and the SAP best practice for HANA Cloud. But now we have to do the which all processor, because within S4 HANA Cloud Public Edition, there are 1858 solution or business. Again, solution processes, business, don't get confused. Yeah, I also don't know why, SAP started calling business processes as solution processes in Cloud ALM or in later on. So it is a bit confusing, but solution process are nothing but business process, right? So there are 1800 business processes, and so you have to do scoping. Scoping, like, out of these processes, which all will be part of the project, right? So you can search it by these solution. The business group, process group, like, if so let's say I'll choose finance. So then it will filter out what are finance related. Now, if you want to, have maybe country specific, so maybe we want to do it for India. Okay. So in a way, you can like filter it out. So you have less number of business processes to see and figure out which one to add, right? So maybe I'll add 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. So these are now the business processes which were part of the bigger business scenario. I'm including them in my scoping. So I'll just end the scoping. Okay. So now you see there are these many business processes, solution process part of my scoping. Okay. Fine. So this is one way, right? Another way is, let's suppose you already know that, okay, what all business processes or solution processes should be part of the scoping, right? Okay. So then you can maybe you can upload it from a file, right? You have, because otherwise it depends. Again, if you already know what all processes are there, you have it somewhere written, you have it somewhere handy, you can use that, right? So what we have to do is scope from file. Okay. Title test 302 scope file. Okay. Now we have to give the file. So how do we create the file? There are two ways. One way is obviously there is a digital discovery assessment, which is part of the SAP roadmap. Yeah, so you can access that. There you have the template. There you can fill up your business process, solution process details, and you can use that. Or else you have to, there is a format, this format, where the first line would be code, and the next would be, the three, every process has a 3-letter synonym for it, right? A short name for it, alias. That
Scope
you have
ID.
to know. Scope ID. Not scope ID, the process IDs, if you can say, or business process IDs. So this you have to list out. Only those codes, not the actual process names, right? So, and this is just this is the only format. Code and just the business process
this 3-letter code, right? You browse it. Okay, scope. Okay, now you have to select a solution scenario. Obviously, these business processes are supposed, like we chose there, S/4HANA public cloud edition. Within that, we had those 1800 processes. Out of those, we selected 5. Similarly, you have chosen 5 cloud business processes. So they are part of some solution scenario. So that you have to choose here. So we'll choose cloud public edition. If you which country? Okay. Okay. So see, it is first asking you to review it, right? It is not asking save or confirm. So during review, what it does, it will take a bit time. What is checks in background that what you are telling that, okay, these 8 business processes which you have listed out, are they part of that solution scenario version which you have chosen, the solution or the business scenario you have chosen? First. Second, it will choose whether they're part of the country region or not, right? It could be that these business processes are part of this S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition, but they're not specific. They're not for India. They are for some other country, right? They are country specific, but not for India. So it reviews it first. These 2 things. If these 2 are not like passed or successful, then it won't create. It will give you an error. Okay. So now it will create for me. So now it has created for me. Okay. Okay. Now if I go to process scoping. Okay. Okay. So one sec. Sorry. I've chosen the other scope. Okay. For ML, I'll just end the scoping. So I have got these 8 business processes, solution processes listed here. Right. Okay. So again, it could be that solution process is for other countries as well, right? It is country specific, but India is one of them. Then it's okay. It's not like it has to be like for all. So if it is in India is one of those countries, or that country which I've chosen is one of those countries for which that business process as part of that business scenario is applicable, then it is okay, right? So see, now we have created this scope. Okay. So this you can do. Clear? These 2 things, 2 ways to create. Probably be creating from the scope itself, not from a file, unless you already have it handy, right? Those SIDs, and you have that list. You can upload it from a file, but it doesn't save you much of an effort unless your business processes which are supposed to be part of this scope are a huge number, or you have to create multiple scope, and if you have that information handy, then you can do it from file, upload it from a file, the details, and you can do it. So these are so see, this is if you are using, this process is part 4C8, compliance management of environment, health and safety is part of your scope, and this process is there, right? So this, now you go to your workshop, right? Fit to standard workshop, right? And there you have workshop with the customer. If they're okay with the standard what SAP provides, okay. I think 1 sec. This may not. One other thing I want to show you is 1 sec. Yeah, this is better. Okay. So now, since accounting and financial is a very common process, which and more so it is there. So SAP provides you multiple iterations of this, right? which flow is more suited to your requirement, right? So you have to go through which one is. Again, this is mostly to run your, fit to standard workshops. Nothing on nothing on the development side. More because it's easier to explain to your customer. Even they are very, whenever if you talk and show it on PPT, and instead of that you show it on your in your there with diagrams, it becomes more appealing, right? So they better to understand or better to explain. So that's why it is there. But it is, again, it is just for the more from a documentation or a presentation perspective. No, nothing as a technical. It doesn't have a technical bandwidth or a technical weight to it, right? So again, depending on your what is there, you can have different flows for it, which suits you. So this is one thing. So if you have different, if one of these suits your or customer's requirement, you can well and go with it, right? If it doesn't suit, you have the option. There are two options. One is you can create a completely new process, or you can copy this process and maybe do some change, right? It could be that the customer wants a approving authority in one of these steps, an additional approval authority, or an additional check. I'm just taking a very basic example, right? So then what we have to do is we have to copy. Okay. Now copy solution process flow and solution process flow diagram. It copies the same thing. At least I have not found what is the difference if copy just the solution process flow or the solution process flow diagram, because in both cases it copies the same thing into the new copied process flow, right? So we just show, okay.
Do you have an option to copy the solution value flow? Nathan?
No, that option is not there. Great. I actually checked in a customer tenant also. That is grayed out.
Okay.
Probably it is. I think it is in. It's in like. How do I put it? I think they're doing something, because in any ways it doesn't make sense. That you only copy the solution value flow and don't copy the process flow, because solution value flow is just giving you. How do I put it? Just one level of understanding through the flow, but the main thing or the main help you'll get is from the process flow diagram, not with the solution value flow. So it could be that it was there, but it was not making sense, though they have grayed out, or maybe later on this copy option itself will get removed. Or it could be like, as I was saying, like in copy they give options to copy solution process flow and solution process flow diagram, but in both the options is the same thing which is getting copied. So here you can give a name to 2303, the country regions which you want. If you want, like suppose we were only doing it for India, right? Or you can add countries, right? You can. I want to have it only for India, plus maybe for, I don't know, Argentina, Antigua. They have Antarctica also. Okay. Fine. Okay. We'll save it. You have to save it on this screen. Okay. It will not allow you to navigate to the value flows. Okay. So you see the flow diagram, process flow diagram is auto-populated. Okay. Now, and solution value flow is not there, right? Okay. You can create it, obviously. Just name it same. And you can business activity tile, so maybe you can use like someone has created a right, so I can create J58. Okay. So I can create my own solution value flow. Okay. Okay. Fine. I'll save it. Now here. Okay. Now I've saved it. You see, it's still in draft version, right? So you have to publish it to be able to use it and make it a part of your scope. Okay. So you have to publish it, and then the current version is draft. Okay. So okay, why we were copying it? Because the standard flow did not suit the requirement, right? So I told two ways, right? Either you can copy an existing process flow, and then make changes, because in the standard way it won't allow to make you changes, right? So here you can make changes. Okay, so let's suppose I want to have a start event. Okay, so I'm just sorry. So this is it. So what would the start event I call it? Start of process test. Okay, so I've created a start process. I have to link it. So I'll just link it. Sorry, check. So yeah, I'm not very good at creating flow diagrams. Yeah, I don't know. It is not taking. Okay, but the whole point is that you can make changes to your the existing process. If you want, you can also delete, right? You don't want that in with that flow, and you want to change something, you want to incorporate something. So these things you can do, right? And then you can save it, and then you can use it. Okay, sorry, 1 sec. I'll just publish it. Then do this. Okay. One sec. Let me come to this process from outside. 1 sec. The only not a shortcoming, but it only is like in most cases, or it very rarely happens that you are going to create something from the scratch, even for a process flow or even for a process, right? It would be some some permutation combination of an existing process. I'm not saying it won't be, it would be there, that you are doing something from very scratch, a new custom process entirely, which is not, in SAP standard, right? So, but that percentage could be maybe, depending on the project, could be 10%, 5%, 15%, not more than that, right? So, but for the others, it would be, you can use the standard process and just, customize it, copy it in your, copy that standard process, and then do your changes based on the existing process flow. So in that, it just helps you save time. And in that sense, because since you are not supposed to make many changes in the process flow diagram, then you can use the, the Cloud ALM tool. But the Signavio modeling, I actually thought because it was planned for Q3 2023, if I'm not wrong. So, but it is not there, because I've not heard after that, what is the state of that, having the Signavio modeler itself here in Cloud ALM with a tile, because there was a demo, there was in one of the Cloud ALM summits, they even showed that it was a lab preview, but that is what they show, that this is in roadmap, and this is there. Okay.
Hey there, ready to master SAP Cloud ALM? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will dive into SAP Cloud ALM. It's like a handy toolbox for managing supplies, ensuring we have enough, and getting them where they need to be. Our experts have crafted a comprehensive curriculum covering everything from the basics to advanced techniques. You are learning from the best in the field. Your teachers are seasoned professionals, dedicated to helping you succeed and answering all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly helpful. Best part, it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP Cloud ALM skills? Enroll now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website. Sign up today and kickstart your journey to becoming a SAP Cloud ALM Pro.